vitamins, libreng flu vaccine o libreng optical check-up with reading glasses. Socio-cultural and sports contest. Din gipakita sa mga lolo o lola ang ilang abilidad sa ballroom dancing, TikTok challenge, do-it song contest, chess, dama ug dart. Ang tinuig nga selebrasyon subay sa proclamation number 470 nga gi-issue ni kanhi Pangulo Fidel B. Ramos niadtong September 26, 1994 aron paghatag og pag-ila sa mga senior citizen nga adunay dakong kontribusyon sa nasyonal nga kalambuan. Samtang suspendido og duha ka adlaw ang klase sa mga pribado ug pampublikong tulungaan sa tibuok probinsya sa Davao Occidental, pinaagi sa Memorandum Order number 137 nga pirmado ni Davao Occidental Governor Franklin Bautista. Suspendido ang klase sa mong probinsya gikan November 20 hangtod 21, 2023. Kini alang sa padayon nga pagpahigayon og assessment sa mga istruktura sa tibuok probinsya. Human nga giigo og magnitude 6.8 nga linog niadtong Biyernes sa hapon. Among lakang gihimo sa provincial government sa Davao Occidental, kini aron masiguro ang kaluwasan sa mga magtutudlo ug mga estudyante. Og mao kadto mga nag-unang mga balita gikan dinhi sa PTV Davao. Ako si Julius Pakot. Mayong adlaw.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiservisyo, kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In the Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 12 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Isang magandang bagong Pilipinas. Ngayon ay Lunes, November 20, 2023. Diretsahang usapan sa mahalagang issue sa bansa kasama ang mga kinatawan ng mga ahensya ng pamahalaan. Ako po si Nina Corpus.
May init na balita at mga problemang dapat aksyonan ang ating bibigyang solusyon. Ako po si Chi Atienza.
Tutok lang, narito na ang Bagong Pilipinas, ngayon. Sa ating mga balita, muling iginiit ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. na hindi bibigay ang Pilipinas sa kahit anong bahagi ng ating teritoryo sa anumang bansa. Sinabi ito ng Pangulo sa roundtable briefing sa Daniel K. Inouye Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies sa Oahu, Hawaii. Ayon kay Pangulong Marcos Jr., malinaw ang batas. Batay sa United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea at ang 2016 arbitral ruling, isinagawa ang roundtable briefing matapos ang pagbisita ng Pangulo sa United States Indo-Pacific Command sa Hawaii. Dagdag ng Pangulo, naging produktibo ang kanilang pag-uusap ni US Indo-PA Com Chief Commander Admiral John Aquilino, kung saan tinalakay nila ang critical role na alyansa ng Pilipinas at Amerika para isulong ang kapayapaan at protektahan ang international law. Magpapatuloy anya ang Pilipinas sa pakikipagtulungan para matiyak ang katatagan at kasaganaan sa Indo-Pacific region.
Tiniyak ng pamahalaan ang patuloy na pag-monitor ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa sitwasyon sa mga lugar na niyanig ng malakas na lindol sa Mindanao. Habang nasa Hawaii ay nagkaroon ng virtual meeting ang Pangulo kasama sina Defense Secretary Gilbert Teodoro, Health Secretary Ted Herbosa, DSWD Undersecretary Ed Punay at OCD Undersecretary Ariel Nepomuceno at ilan pang iba. Inatasan naman ni Pangulong Marcos Jr. ang mga opisyal na tiyaking maibibigay ang lahat ng relief efforts sa mga apektado ng malakas na lindol. Dapat din anyang bantayan ang aftershocks dahil minsan ay maraming nagiging biktima nito.
Update sa malakas na lindol na tumama sa Mindanao kamakailan, ating tatalakayin kasama si Mark Timbal, Deputy Spokesperson ng National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council o NDRRMC. Sir, magandang tanghali po.
Ma'am Ninya, good afternoon po at sa lahat po ng ating mga kababayan na sumusubaybay sa ating bagong Pilipinas ngayon. Magandang tanghali po sa lahat.
Maraming salamat po sa inyong pag-unlak. Kasama ko po rin ngayon si Chi Atienza. Ngayon po, ilan na po ang naitalang nasawi sa malakas na lindol dyan sa Mindanao noong Biyernes ng hapon? At mula po sa anong mga lugar ang mga kababayan po nating nasawi?
Opo. Thank you, Ma'am Ninya. Tuloy-tuloy po ang ating monitoring dito sa ating NDRMC Operations Center at sa Office of Civil Defense patungkol po sa naging epekto nitong lindol na naganap po dyan sa Sarangani nitong nakalipas na Biyernes. Sa pag-uulat po ngayong araw na ito, nakatanggap po tayo ng balita na 9 na kababayan po natin ang nasawi, bunsod po ng paglindol na ito. Pero subject for validation pa rin po ang mga numbers na ito. Isa pong kababayan natin sa Jose Abad Santos ang nasawi, 3 po diyan sa may General Santos City at nadagdag po yung isa, bali 5 na po ang nasawi dyan sa Sarangani. Tinutukoy pa po natin lahat po ng mga detalye nitong kanilang pagkasawi at ito po ay inaantay natin mula sa mga kasamahan natin dyan sa local government unit at saka sa mga disaster managers din po. Wala na po tayong missing na mga kababayan po natin at ngayong araw po nakatanggap po tayo ng balita ng 15 o 15 na mga kababayan natin ang naitala bilang injured. Nung Sabado naman, nung Biyernes naman po, Ma'am Ninya, meron pong naiulat na 450 na mga kababayan natin na medyo kinailangan ng medical service, no, dahil medyo nag-hyperventilate sila and panic attack. Pero sa kasalukuyan po nakauwi na itong ating mga kababayan na ito. Speaking of nakauwi, wala na rin po tayong evacuees po dahil hindi naman tayo nag-open ng mga evacuation centers po, no, doon sa mga affected areas. Ang nangyayari po ngayon doon sa mga affected areas is yung mga kababayan natin ay nag-i-stay doon, tumutuloy malapit sa kanilang mga tirahan. Kaya po ang ginawa ng ating pamahalaan sa pangunguna po ng mga local government units natin na nakakasakop sa mga affected areas ay dagdian pong nagbigay ng tulong kagaya po ng mga family food packs at saka yung mga tents na matutuluyan po nila. Ang Office of Civil Defense naman po ay nakapagbigay na ng family kits, shelter kits, hygiene kits sa ating mga affected na mga kababayan dyan sa Region 12. DSWD naman po ay nakapagbigay din ng family food packs. I think more than 7,500 units po ng family food packs na ang naipamigay nila. Kasama na din po yung financial assistance sa ilang mga pamilya po na naapektuhan. Sinisigurado po natin na yung bilin po ng ating Pangulo doon sa kanilang mga pagpupulong at lalo na din po yung bilin ng ating kalihim ng kagawaran ng Tanggulang Pambansa, Secretary Gilbert Teodoro, ay naipapatupad po natin in terms of sa pagbibigay po ng agaran at akmang tulong doon sa mga kababayan po natin na naapektuhan nito.
Alright,
yes,
sir.
Ma'am Nina.
Okay. Sir Mark, si Chipo ito, base po sa inyong
Ma'am Chi, hello po.
Okay, good afternoon po. Base po sa inyong pakipag-ugnayan sa FIVOC, saan pong probinsya ang naramdaman ng pinakamalakas na pagyanig po, sir?
Opo. Sa uulat po ng mga kasama natin sa FIVOC, kasi yung earthquake po talaga, ang epicenter ay nangyari sa may dagat, bali off the coast of Sarangani. So Sarangani being the nearest po to pinakamalapit dun sa area na yung sentro ng lindol, doon po din nakita yung pinakamalakas na shaking. I think between intensity 6 or 7 ata yung naging paglindol po doon. Kaya pansin niyo po ma'am, yung mga damages po natin, kasama din yung Sarangani. Ang reported damages po natin as of this day, 826 na mga kabahayan po ang napinsala across the affected areas. Kasama po dyan yung Sarangani, South Cotabato, Davao Occidental, and Davao Oriental. Nagkaroon din po tayo ng pagtala ng damaged infrastructure, umabot na po ng 118, 118 na mga infrastructures po yan. Kasama po ang mga gusali ng pamahalaan, may iba mga paaralan, ospital, mga daan at kalye, mga tulay din po. Diyan sa Davao City, Davao Occidental, Davao del Sur, Davao del Norte, Davao de Oro, South Cotabato, and Sarangani. Pero in terms of lifelines, Ma'am Chi, kahit naging malakas yung paglindol doon sa Sarangani and some of the nearby areas, pansamantala lang naman na napatid ang serbisyo ng kuryente. In 21 areas po, una na report na nagkaroon ng power interruption. Pero as early as Saturday and then Sunday and then ngayong Monday po, fully restored na ang serbisyo ng kuryente. Salamat po doon sa ating mga local power cooperatives and local government units na nagtulungan para maiayos po ito. Wala tayong natanggap na ulat ng pagkapatid ng serbisyo ng tubig, pero meron po tayong na-receive na mga balita na meron po mga kababayan natin na medyo nagkaproblema sa signal in some areas po. Pero sa pag-uulat po ng ating DICT, nung nagpulong po dito noong Sabado kasama ang ating VP Sara Duterte, ang response cluster po ng NDRMC, nagpulong noong Sabado. Sabi po nila, all telecommunications services po sa mobile areglado na po, medyo na-restore na rin. Hindi naman tayo napatira ng komunikasyon between the disaster managers dyan po sa local hanggang dito sa national. Kaya po tuloy-tuloy ang reporting natin, tuloy-tuloy din po yung pagbigay tulong sa mga kababayan natin.
Okay, sir, so sinasabi niyo po fully restored na ang kuryente. Tama po? At meron na ring signal and communication. Yes.
Tama po kayo dyan. Nagbalik sa normal na po yung ating mga lifelines po doon sa area.
Ngayon, sir, you mentioned yung tulong na tuloy-tuloy niyo pong binibigay sa ngayon. Ano po yung mga specific na mga tulong na ibinibigay ninyo? At ano po yung mga lugar na kung saan binibigay po itong mga tulong na ito? At paki-update na rin po kami sa mga lugar na maaaring isailalim sa state of calamity dahil sa pinsalang dinulot ng malakas na lindol.
Opo, sagutin ko po yung huling tanong niyo muna, Ma'am Nina, no? Ang usapin po ng Declaration of State of Calamity, so far wala pa naman po tayong natatanggap na ganyan mula sa ating mga counterparts sa local government unit. Pero ang nakakaabot sa amin ay may mga lokal na pamahalaan po na nag-uusap-usap na ang kanilang mga konseho kung magdedeklara sila ng state of calamity. Ito po, nagtitiwala po tayo sa ating mga local government kasi yung declaration po niyan ay batay sa kanilang apresasyon doon sa dinanas ng kanilang local government unit. Ang ating pong maigagarantiya sa kanila po ay ang nakaantabay palagi ang ating national government pati ang regional disaster councils natin para magbigay ng tulong sa kanila over and above doon sa tinutulong nila direkta doon sa kanilang mga kababayan o mga nasasakupan. Naging mabilis po ang pagmando at pag-asikaso ng mga LGUs natin sa ating mga kababayan doon sa affected areas. Kaya dito po sa national, nakaantabay po tayo palagi para in case na kailanganin nila ng suporta ay handa at daglian nating maibigay. Naging bilin po ng ating SND Gilbert Teodoro at ng ating administrator Yusek Nepomuceno na ang mga warehouses po natin pati yung mga supplies ng Civil Defense and Regional Disaster Councils po ay dapat daglian makapagpadala ng mga kagamitan or mga supplies na kakailanganin po ng ating mga kababayan. Kagaya po nung nasabi ko kanina, nagkaroon na tayo ng mga pauna pong pinaabot ng dagdag sa supply ng ating mga kababayan po. Yung mga family food packs po coming from the DSWD ay andun na sa area. Yung ating po mga shelter kits, hygiene kits, family kits po ay naibigay na din. Plus, meron din pong financial assistance na naibigay doon sa mga affected communities. Ito po lahat alinsunod doon sa tagubilin ng ating Pangulo na dapat ang ating tulong ay akma sa pangangailangan ng mga kababayan natin at agaran nilang matatanggap sa panahon talaga ng kanilang pangangailangan. Kaya po yung ating logistical support sa mga relief services and relief supplies natin ay laging nakaantabay po para dagli ang maipadala itong mga supplies na doon sa areas.
Okay, Sir Mark, dahil katatapos lang din po ng nationwide earthquake drill, ano po ang assessment ng OCD and DRRMC sa pagkilos ng ating mga kababayan nang tumama ang malakas na lindol na ito?
Opo. Nakita naman po natin na meron tayong mga kababayan talagang pinotektahan yung sarili nila. Yung iba nag-duck cover and hold nga din po. Ayan, pinoprotektahan nila yung kanilang mga ulo from the falling debris. Tama po yung mga ginawa nila. At natutuwa po tayo na yung kanilang mga natutunan sa ating nationwide simultaneous earthquake drill ay kanila pong naisasagawa, lalo na pagpanahon ng emergency. Nakita din naman din po natin ang katotohanan na may mga kababayan po tayo na natakot, nahintakutan at nagpanik. At posible nakalimot din sa mga katuruan po na ito. Alam po natin yan, it's a natural reaction sa mga kababayan po natin. Kaya ang ating pong pinapanawagan muli, na kapag ganito po, of the earthquake scenario na may panganib na pwede magkaroon ng earthquake anytime, anywhere, dapat palagi pong kalmado ang ating mga kababayan. Kapag may earthquake drills po tayo, seryosohin po natin ang ating pakikilahok. Hindi po ito biruan kasi usapin ito ng pangkaligtasan po ng bawat isa. Dapat po mamayani sa atin yung presence of mind, yung pagiging kalmado, para maisagawa po natin yung mga karampatang gawaing pangkaligtasan. Mag-duck cover and hold. Dapat alam natin kung saan tayo mag-evacuate na open space, saan dadaan, at dapat bit-bit natin yung mga go bags natin or yung emergency survival kits po natin, health kits natin, para kung saan po tayo maghimpil, magstay na open space, panatag tayo at makakatulong din tayo sa iba nating mga kasamahan.
Ayun nga po, buti na lang at na gawa natin yung earthquake drill prior to this incident at eto na nga nangyari. Pero pag nandyan na po, iba rin po yung nagiging reaksyon. Tama po kayo, yung presence of mind, pagiging kalmado. Yung video po kasi sa loob ng mall, talagang nagtakbuhan sila. Yung iba nabagsakan at nasugatan, meron pang tumalon. Yung mga ganun po, hindi nyo po yun nire-recommenda. Pag yung tatalon ka, mula sa mas mataas na palapag kung may earthquake at saka yung hindi po nag-duck or pumasok o sumailalim sa mga matitigas na bagay tulad ng lamesa.
Tama po kayo diyan, ano po. Yung pagtalon po na 'yan, minsan po nakakalungkot nga po dahil ito pong nangyari na ito 'no, yung tumalon na 'yan or yung mga nagtatakbuhan. It's a natural reaction po ng mga kababayan po natin. Kaya ang ating pong pinapayo po dapat mamayani, yung buo dapat ang loob natin at kalmado tayo para alam natin, maalala natin yung mga tamang gagawin. Yung iba, yan po may mga lamesa po dyan, nakita po natin sa video na pwede mag-duck, cover and hold yung mga kababayan natin. Pero ang pinaka-importante po talaga doon ay umiwas dapat tayo doon sa panganib ng falling debris. No, kasi yan po ay makakapag-cause ng disgrasya eh. Kaya dapat po anytime, siguraduhin natin protected yung katawan po natin, lalo na yung ating mga ulo, kaya tayo nagda-duck, cover and hold at umiiwas doon sa mga naglalaglagang mga bagay. Ang paalala po natin sa mga kababayan natin, hindi naman po porket mag-earthquake dito saka lang natin aalalahanin po yan. Maganda po ituro din natin sa ating mga anak, mga kapamilya, mga kasama sa barangay, pamayanan at opisina kung ano yung mga dapat gawin bilang pagsuporta doon sa katuruan na ginagawa ng pamahalaan para sa earthquake preparedness. Maganda po kasi na alalahanin natin ito regular para maging parte ito ng buhay po natin, yung pag-iingat laban sa lindol.
At panghuli na lang po, mensahe nyo sa lahat ng mga nakatutok po ngayon sa ating programa.
Opo, nagpapasalamat tayo sa ating mga kababayan dahil lahat po ng nandoon sa area kahit papano ay nakakatanggap ng tulong doon sa ating pamahalaan sapagkat naging mabilis ang pagkilos ng ating local government units at ng national agencies natin. Yung pagtutulungan po talaga sa panahon na ito ang isa sa pinakasusi para masigurado na maitatawid po natin ang ating mga buhay ngayong sitwasyon po na ito. Makakaasa po ang ating mga kababayan na ang pamahalaan sa ilalim po ng pamumuno ng ating Pangulo at ng mga disaster managers po natin dito ay hindi po titigil para masigurado yung kaligtasan po ng mga kababayan natin. Ang kapalit lang po nahihilingin namin ay yung inyo pong patuloy na kooperasyon, yung patuloy na pagpapalakas ng kahandaan, patuloy na pagpapahusay ng ating pagtutulungan kapag meron po tayong mga aktibidad para magturo ng gawaing pangkaligtasan, earthquake drills man yan, or mga seminar, or gawain sa inyong mga community. Makilahok po kayo, huwag niyo pong kalimutan na ito pong mga bagay na ito ay gawaing pangkaligtasan at para sa ating lahat. So huwag po natin kalimutan makisali sa mga gawain na yan. Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Nina and Ma'am Shane.
Alright, maraming salamat sa inyong oras, Sir Mark Timbal, Deputy Spokesperson ng NDRRMC. Marami pang balita at talakayan sa pagbabalik na Bagong Pilipinas ngayon.
Mapapanood ang PTV
sa bawat sulok ng Pilipinas,
reaching millions of Filipinos across the country through the power of terrestrial TV.
Abot na abot namin ang mga Pilipino para sa tapat na balita at impormasyon.
Dito'y Cordillera, kan intero ang Luzon. Da kami, di mapangnamnamaan.
Sa aton sa Visayas, wala kami mapugong sa pagpaabot sa unsang hitabo.
Dini sa saad nga yuta, Mindanao, PTV, pirmi maminaw para sa paghatod sa balita.
Broadcasting in Luzon, PTV4 Manila, PTV8 Cordillera, PTV4 Naga, and PTV4 Palawan. In the Visayas, PTV11 Cebu, PTV10 Dumaguete, PTV2 Guimaras, PTV8 Tacloban, and PTV12 Calbayog. And in the heart of Mindanao, PTV11 Davao City, PTV8 Cotabato, PTV7 Zamboanga, PTV11 Sibugay, PTV11 Pagadian, PTV48 Davao del Norte, and PTV8 Agusan del Sur. PTV Regional Network, buong katapatang naghahatid ng balitang maaasahan para sa inyong pambansang TV. Pagpatak ng alauna ng hapon, sama-sama tayo tumutok sa sentro ng mga balita bilang mga tagapaghatid nyo ng tapat at napapanahong impormasyon. Kasama sina Audrey Goriseta, Naomi Tiburcio, at Angelique Lazo. Sentro Balita, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, 1:00 ng hapon. Dito lang sa PTV. Disaster Watch. Paghahanda sa The Big One. Mahalagang impormasyon ukol sa Valley Fault System. Ang Valley Fault System ay isang active fault na tumatagos sa Kalakhang, Maynila at sa mga kalapit nitong lalawigan. Ang West Valley Fault ay may habang 100 kilometro at kayang lumikha ng 7.2 magnitude na lindol. Apektado nito ang mga lalawigan ng Cavite, Laguna at Rizal, pati ang ilang lungsod sa Maynila at ilang bayan sa Bulacan. Ang East Valley Fault ay may habang 10 kilometro at tumatagos sa mga bayan ng Rodriguez at San Mateo sa Rizal. Kaya nitong lumikha ng magnitude 6.2 na lindol. Iba yung paghahanda ang kinakailangan sa panahong nagbabadya ang sakuna. Makilahok sa mga earthquake drill sa inyong komunidad. Maglista ng mga emergency number na matatawagan. Magtakda ng isang lugar na magiging tagpuan kung sakaling magkakahiwalay ang pamilya. Suriin ang bahay at gusali kung paano mapapatibay. Maghanda ng emergency kit kung kailangan lumikas. Tandaan, kahandaan ang susi sa kaligtasan. Huwag malito, dapat laging listo.
Nagbabalik ang bagong Pilipinas ngayon. Phase 1, implementation ng Report Card Survey, ating pag-uusapan kasama si Secretary Ernesto Perez, Director General ng Anti-Red Tape Authority. Secretary Perez, magandang tanghali po at welcome back sa bagong Pilipinas ngayon.
Magandang tanghali, Ms. Nina, Ms. Chi, sa ating mga taong bayan na nakikinig, nanonood sa programang ito.
Okay, lalo na sa mga opisyal po, no? At mga heads of agencies at mga LGU heads rin po natin, makinig po kayo. Dahil kamakailan, Secretary, inilunsad na po ng Anti-Red Tape Authority o ARTA itong first phase ng implementasyon ng Report Card Survey o RCS 2.0 kamakailan. Para po sa ating mga kababayan, ano po ba itong Report Card Survey 2.0 at ano po ang inaasahan natin dito?
Ito pong Report Card Survey 2.0 ay magsisilbing scorecard para sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno, kasama po ang local government units, para masukat yung kalidad at efficiency ng serbisyo publiko na kanilang sinasagawa sangayon sa kanilang mandato.
Okay. Secretary, ano po ba ang pagkakaiba ng report card survey na inilunsad ng inyo kumpara sa RCS noon ng Civil Service Commission?
Dati po under the Anti-Red Tape Act of 2007 na pinapatupad ng Civil Service Commission, ang pagkandak po ng kanilang survey ay sangayon sa theme, no, or thematic, like halimbawa, ano ba yung mga most complained agencies? So yun ang tinututukan ng Civil Service Commission. Ngayon po, sangayon sa Ease of Doing Business Law or Republic Act 11032 na ini-implement ng Anti-Red Tape Authority, ating pong kino-cover 5 sectors. And this means services being offered by national government agencies, local government units, government-owned and controlled corporations, state universities and hospitals, water districts, saka yun po, 5. So, we started this last year. We pilot tested this to 50 priority agencies. Dahil maliit po yung budget natin na nakuha noon, we spent only about 800,000. But this year, we were able to get a much bigger budget of about 10 million pesos, kung saan i-cover po natin yung 860 agencies nationwide.
Oh, wow. From ilan po?
From 50 to 860.
Okay, gusto ko sanang itanong, Chico, ano yung most complained? Pero let's start on a positive note. Based on your pilot test, sino po yung mga top performing?
Based on our pilot test last year, yung nakakuha po ng very satisfactory, wala pong nakakuha ng outstanding. No? Kasi outstanding, ang rating should be from 95 to 100. Ang nakakuha po ng very satisfactory, meaning from 90 to 94.99%, ay nakakuha po nito yung Department of Foreign Affairs, tsaka Department of Trade and Industries, ito po sa mga national government agencies. Sa LGU naman po ay ang City of Valenzuela.
Oh, wow.
Sa State University naman, ang nakakuha po nito, University of the Philippines, Diliman, at saka din naman po sa State Hospital, yung Philippine Children's Medical Center. Binigyan po natin sila ng recognition at meron pong maliit na monetary award. No? 100,000 pesos for PCMC, tsaka Department of Foreign Affairs, yung GSIS po nakakuha ng 80,000 at DTI ganoon din po at 80,000, pati po yung apat lang.
Nakakatuwa naman po, pero importante yung recognition eh. It's something that dapat lahat should vie for, ano? So, but let's be fair, out of 50 ngayon, 800 na po yung inyong isa survey. Maaari niyo po bang ipaliwanag kung paano po isasagawa ang survey na ito at ano-ano po yung mga ahensya na makakasama ninyo sa pagsasagawa nito?
Meron po tayong in-hire after undergoing the bidding process na People Dynamics Incorporated. Sila po ay i-cover nila yung lahat ng ahensya nationwide, 860 involving 300 national government agencies, 200 local government units, 150 government-owned and controlled corporations, 135 state universities, 50 water districts, saka 25 state hospitals. No? Ito pong una, i-divide nito into two. No? Yung report card survey, kung saan mas extensive yung questioning, kukuha po sila ng at least 30 respondents for each sector. Marami pong tanong, will cover about 40 questions. To complement the report card survey, ito pong ating tinatawag na client satisfaction measurement, kung saan lahat po ng aplikante for any government licenses or permits ay magkakaroon po ng oportunidad na i-rate yung kind of services that they got from that agent. Either they strongly agree, or they disagree, or neutral, or they agree or strongly disagree. Ito po yung sasagutin nila yung tanong na sila po ba ay naging happy or satisfied with the service that they got? So sabihin nila kung strongly agree or neutral. Ito po na yung pagkakataon ng lahat ng sino man na magkaroon ng transaction sa any government agency to rate the kind of service that they got. So ito na po yung pagkakataon nila. So sana po ay mag-cooperate lahat para maging successful.
How do you know, sir, na hindi naman sa hindi dinoktor yung mga di ba?
Yung output ng survey.
Yes, pwede yan.
Meron pong mismong third-party survey company.
Okay.
Na very professional po sila at makakaasa po ang taong bayan na hindi po to magkakaroon ng pagduktuktor dahil very professional po ang gagawin natin, very scientific, guided by survey questions that will be responded to by any person who is the subject of the survey.
Well, magandang inisyatibo to, no? Dahil it will really keep yung mga tao sa mga agencies on their toes to make sure na efficient nga to. But, Secretary, pagdating naman po sa scope o area ng survey na ito, ano po mga sangay ng pamahalaan at mga local government units ang sako po ng report card na ito?
Out of the more than 10,000 agencies, ang ma-cover lang natin is 860. So magagawin natin para sample testing na about 1.2%. Hindi po natin pinapaalam para may surprise na hindi sila prepared at really done in a more scientific way. At pero doon po yun sa report card survey. Doon naman po sa client satisfaction measure, sasagutin na 8 questions. At dito po mako-cover yung kind of service that they got in terms of service delivery, in terms of facilities, in terms of compliances with the Citizen Charter, yung pang binayad nila o sinamit nila ng requirements ang ayon doon sa dineklara ng ahensya, doon sa kanilang Citizen Charter. So napaka-effective tool po ito at magkakaroon po ng oportunidad ang mga ahensya na malalaman nila saan yung mga services na kung saan they are rated well at saan naman po ang kailangan ng further improvement. Kasi ito po ang result ng ating survey na gagawin po natin by middle of next year. Isi-share po natin to sa Civil Service Commission, isi-share po natin to sa ahensya ng gobyerno at ipapublish po natin yun. So, dapat ang agency should be responsive, should be doing something that is well to improve their service delivery to the people.
Sabi niyo po, hindi niyo muna babanggitin kung sino-sino, no? Yung mga i-cover ninyo ng mga LG or agencies. So, papaano po ba ito? Parang gulatan? Bigla na lang may dadating na may magsasurvey? Or will you tell them beforehand?
Sinulatan po natin yung mga prospective
So alam na
agencies.
nila.
Alam na nila. Pero as to the timing, as to the when, hindi po nila alam yun.
Okay. So, inyo nga pong nabanggit na malaking tulong ang programang ito sa transacting public pagdating po sa pagpapaabot ng kanilang mga karanasan sa pamahalaan. So, paano naman po makakatulong ang RCS or itong survey na ito sa mga ahensya ng pamahalaan at yung mga LGU po na isa-survey ninyo?
First, under Section 20 ng Republic Act 11032, required po sila to comply with the Ease of Doing Business law. Ang survey na gagawin po natin is really to be done in a more scientific way. Malalaman nila saan ba yung mga services that they render sang-ayon sa kanilang citizen charter na kung saan ay needs improvement. Saan naman, kung sila naman ay compliant, ang ARTA po naman ay re-recognize sila during the awarding ceremony that will be done middle of next year, after we shall have consolidated the results of the survey.
Okay, Secretary, bukod po sa nationwide implementation ng report card survey, ano po ba ang mga iba pang mga magiging programa o inisyatiba na dapat asahan ng ating mga kababayan, Secretary, mula po sa ARTA ngayong taon? Well, next year actually.
Salamat. No? Itong November 29 up to December 1, magkakaroon po ng Ease of Doing Business Convention. 3 days po ito. At sa first day po, ilo-launch natin yung Philippine Business Regulations Information System tsaka yung Anti-Red Tape Electronic Management Information System. Napakaganda po itong system na because we will be utilizing the digital platform at practically no financial cost to the government kasi ito po ay tinulungan tayo ng United States government for in terms of technical assistance at over a period of 1 year, nagkaroon po ng regular checkpoint meeting at nagkaroon po ng user acceptance testing. At kung saan to November 28, makakaasa po ang ating taong bayan, we will capacitate all government agencies to upload all the regulations that they issue and implement. At sa pamamagitan po ng system na ito, ay mapiprevent po natin yung overlapping regulations, over-regulations. Ito po namang Artemis, yung binanggit ko kanina, PBIS po ang tawag natin dito. Ito po namang Anti-Red Tape Electronic Management Information System. We will capacitate all covered government agencies to upload their updated citizen charter to that digital platform which we call Artemis or Anti-Red Tape Electronic Management Information System. Kung saan any body from the public or any government agencies who have access to this system, malalaman po nila kung alimbawa meron silang transaction sa ahensya nito, yung citizen charter, yung citizen charter po kasi ito yung public document that is required of all government agencies to publish all the services they render to the public, the requirements, the fees to be paid, the standard processing time of 3720. So ito po, using the digital platform, madali na po ang access. At madali na po ang sinuman na kagaya po, nung binanggit ko kanina, kung meron kayong transaction or application sa any government agency, all you have to do is look at the system, look at the citizen charter of that agency, at makikita po niya lahat ng serbisyo na ino-offer sa public. Lahat ng requirements, even the fees to be paid.
Bukod po dun sa going digital, Secretary, ano po yung siguro advice nyo ngayon sa mga nakikinig sa atin, lalo na po yung mga agencies po natin, yung gobyerno, nagbibigay ng serbisyo sa ating mga kababayan. Saan nyo po nakikita yung mga areas that they have to improve, especially during this time?
Unang-una po, ang ating ARTA nagko-conduct ng survey. Pero because of our limited resources, hindi po natin makover buong bansa. Gumagamit po tayo ng facilities, resources ng Civil Service Commission. Pero this is being done physically. But with the report card survey that we're doing in a more scientific way, maaari po nating ma-share sa lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno itong ating findings at malalaman po ng ahensya saan pa sila pwedeng mag-improve tungkol sa kanilang serbisyo na in-offer sa public at kung sila po naman ay nakapag-render ng outstanding or very satisfactory services, ipapaalam din po natin yan sa kanila at bibigyan natin sila ng proper recognition. Doon po naman sa makakuha ng rate na below 75, needs thorough review of the processes, makikipagtulungan po ang ARTA sa kanila para malaman paano nila makapag-comply doon sa requirement. I-consider po nila ang ARTA na partner. Hindi po tayo dito magpo-prosecute, hindi po tayo mag-imbestiga, kundi bagkus tayo po ay i-consider nila na partner dahil ang ARTA po sangayon na rin sa direktiba ng ating presidente na labanan ng red tape. Para malabanan natin ang red tape, dapat po malaman ng mga ahensya kung saan pa yung mga proseso that needs more streamlining at needs more digitalization. Ito po ay effective way in terms of governance at makakaasa po ang taong bayan na pag ang government agencies ay nakipag-cooperate sa Anti-Red Tape Authority, lalo pa po mapapabuti ang kalidad ng serbisyo na ginagawa ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno sa taong bayan.
Maraming salamat, sir. Mensahe nyo na lang po sa ating mga kababayan.
Mga kababayan, ang Anti-Red Tape Authority po ay under the Office of the President. Sinusunod po ang ating direktiba ng ating Pangulo, Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., na lalo pa pong labanan ang red tape. Para maging effective tayo na malabanan ang red tape, we need agencies to know, to streamline their processes and to use the digital platform. Sa pamamagitan po nito, ang ating taong bayan, ang ating mga ahensya ng gobyerno makakaasa na ang Anti-Red Tape Authority katuwang nila para lalo pang mapabuti ang kalidad ng serbisyo para sa taong bayan.
Yes, you are partners. Hindi po kayo ay kalaban, no? Kundi partner, they should welcome the ARTA with open arms.
At salamat din po sa media, kagaya sa PTV4, sa Radyo ng Bayan, binibigyan nyo kami ng libre, wala po tayong budget dito. So, sa lahat ng pagkakataon na mai-share natin sa taong bayan, yung mga magandang programa natin, looking at it in a more positive way, taos puso po kong nagpapasalamat sa inyo, sa PTV4. Binigyan nyo kami ng pagkakataon para mai-share itong programa na napakaganda na pag ito po ay ipatupad natin nationwide, lalo pa pong gaganda ang serbisyo publiko.
Okay, we appreciate your time and your presence, sir. Secretary Ernesto Perez, ang Director General ng Anti-Red Tape Authority.
Salamat.
Nagpakalat ng libreng sakay ang MMDA, LTFRB at mga lokal na pamahalaan sa mga lugar na apektado ng tigil pasada ng transport group na Piston. Bumisita si Vice President Sara Duterte sa tanggapan ng MMDA para alamin ang sitwasyon kaugnay ng tigil pasada ngayong araw. Ayon kay MMDA Acting Chairman Romando Artes, hindi na paralisa ang public transport sa isinagawang tigil pasada. May nakahandaan niyang mahigit na 600 rescue vehicles para maghatid ng libreng sakay sa mga pasahero. Nauna nang natukoy ng LTFRB na 11 ruta ang posibleng maapektuhan ng tigil pasada. Samantala, Population and Development Action Plan inaprubahan na ng Malacanang. Yan ang ating pag-uusapan kasama si Deputy Executive Director Lolito Tacardon mula sa Commission on Population and Development. Director Tacardon, si Chipo ito, kasama ko po si Nina Corpus. Magandang tanghali po at welcome po sa Bagong Pilipinas ngayon.
Magandang tanghali po sa inyo, ma'am, at sa inyong mga taga-subaybay ng Bagong Pilipinas ngayon.
Okay, sir, bilang panimula po, gaano na po ba kalaki ang populasyon ng Pilipinas? At pang-ilan po ba ang Pilipinas sa World Population Ranking sa ngayon?
Ang Pilipinas po, base po sa huling census po natin noong 2020 ay nakapagtala po ng mga mahigit 109 million Filipinos na po tayo. At tinataya natin mga around more than 115 or around 115 million na tayo by the end of this year. Base po dun sa population growth rate po natin na 1.6% annually. At yan pong population size po natin ay nagararang po tayo na mga around 13th most populous country around the world at 7th po siya actually within the Asia Pacific region.
Okay. Kamakailan po ay naaprubahan na ng Malacanang itong Population and Development Action Plan. Paano po ba ito makakatulong para ma-address itong population challenges and demographics ng ating bansa?
Opo, tayo po ay nagpapasalamat sa Presidente sa pag-recognize po ng kahalagahan ng ating sinusulong na programa, ang Population and Development, sa pamamagitan ng pag-approve niya doon sa Plan of Action on Population and Development ng bansa. Ito po ay accompanying or support document po actually para sa ating Philippine Development Plan. Ang hangarin po ng plano natin sa Philippine Population and Development Plan of Action ay para po ma-optimize yung meron po tayong demographic opportunity at ma-address po yung mga key population challenges. Ano po ba yung mga tinatawag natin at kinukonsidera natin na demographic opportunities na meron po tayo? Kung titignan nyo po at the background, ang ating pong population ay ang taas po ng population growth rate niya in the 1970s na around 3% po yan. Although mas maliit in terms of number. Pero ngayon po kasi, as I mentioned, 1.6% na lamang po yung itinitaas annually ng ating population na growth rate. At so, magkukonsidera natin na nag-stabilize na siya ng kahit pa paano. Yan po ay dahil yung ating total fertility rate o yung pinapanganak na anak, of course, ng mga kababaihan in general sa Pilipinas, lalo sa women of reproductive age, ay 2 na lamang po. Base po dun sa 2022 National Demographic and Health Survey. So yung ating fertility level ay nagdudulot po ng pagbagal din ng ating population growth rate. At yung impact po nito is yung pag-change din po ng ating age structure. Makikita po natin na ang ating age structure ay ang dominante na po dyan is the proportion of working age population, yung 15 to 64. Unti-unti pong nababawasan po yung ating mga dependents, age dependents, na 0 to 14. Ano po ang implication nito? Kung ang ating pong pamahalaan ay magiging successful in the ensuring yung pag-build ng ating human resources, which is yung working age population na nabanggit ko po kanina, malaki po ang chance natin na ma-accelerate yung ating economic development dahil kung ang lahat po ay nagtatrabaho, lahat po ay nagko-contribute rather than nagre-receive po ng ating mga tulong from the government, mas positibo po yung ambag po natin sa economic development. At pag titignan nyo po yung situation na yan at the household level, if more manageable po yung bilang ng anak ng mga bawat pamilya, magkakaroon po na mas malaking investment para sa kanilang kalusugan, para sa kanilang pag-aaral at para sa kanilang other well-being needs po ng isang family. So yung po yung demographic opportunity na tinatawag din po natin. Yung nga lang po, meron din pa rin po tayo mga demographic challenges na kinakaharap. Isa na po dyan ay yung pabata po na teenage pregnancies natin. So while 15 to 19 po ay medyo bumaba po yung proportion ng mga parents ay adolescents o began childbearing, yung mga 0 to 14 po actually ay medyo dumadami, yung bilang po na mas maagang nabubuntis. At alam naman natin po yung implication sa mga ganyang edad kung sila po ay maagang nabubuntis. Isang pinaghahandaan din po natin ay kakibat po ng change in the age structure po natin ay yung steadily growing older population din po natin. Nasa 5.4% na po yung 65 and above at nasa 8.5% po yung ating mga senior citizens na po ngayon from the total population po natin. So, hindi pa naman po tayo nasa aging na population na tinatawag as compared to other countries, lalo na sa Europe at dito sa Southeast Asia, but I think kailangan na rin po natin tignan within the context ng pulisiya natin, paano ba natin masisiguro na pag habang lumalaki po yung older population ay meron na tayo mga pulisiya that are in place so that hindi lang maging malusog ang mga kababayan natin pagdating sa ganung edad, but they remain productive and may contribution sila economically pa din, not only in the household but also in the family. And lastly po na yung ating high fertility pa rin ay nasa pa rin po ng mga bahagdan or proportion po ng mga kababaihan na mahihirap at mababa po yung pinag-aralan. No? So yun po yung isang challenge na ating pangkinakarap. So yung plan of action po ay dito po nilalagay or nilayout yung mga strategies na para ma-address po ma-optimize yung opportunities na nabanggit ko po kanina. At the same time, ma-address po yung challenges na kakibat din po ng mga changing demographic landscape sa ating bansa.
Okay, Sir. Director, nabanggit nyo nga po yung teenage pregnancy sa bansa. Ano po ba ang mga posibleng programa ang maaring makatulong sa isyong ito?
Po nakikita po kasi natin na one of the major reasons ng teenage pregnancy po natin is the lack of information among young people. At doon sa 0 to 14, nakikita rin po natin yung incidents, potential role na pine-play po ng mga sexual abuse dahil yung 0 to 14, yung mga pregnancies po doon are automatically mga products yan ng mga sexual abuse dahil nga po sa tumaas na po yung statutory rape na age of sexual consent na dito sa Pilipinas. So yung mga sexual activities among 0 to 14 are automatically mga sexual abuse po yan. So yun po yung isang mga pinapigting po natin. And syempre yung comprehensive sexuality education po in partnership with CSE and even po dun sa mga alternative learning system and even sa mga skills development na mga courses like yung mga sinusulong po ng TESDA, tinitignan natin na sana meron po siyang component of comprehensive sexuality education. At syempre, hindi rin natin papabayaan yung mga wala sa school, yung mga out of school youth sa pamamagitan ng mga community-based comprehensive sexuality education. Kasama na po din po dyan sa yung pagbibigay po din ng impormasyon sa mga magulang at sa mga teachers na siyang nangangaral at naggumagabay sa ating kabataan.
Okay, sir, sa ilalim po ng Population Development Plan na ito, ano po yung mga measures at partisipasyon naman ng mga local government at national government agencies para po makatulong sa population rate challenges ng ating bansa?
Unang-una po, yung patuloy po natin pag-promote ng responsible parenthood and family planning. Yan po ay actually katuwang natin ang local government units dahil within their mandate, sila po dapat ang nagbibigay ng mga population development services which include family planning services. So that's part of their devolved function. So binibuild natin yung kanilang capacities sa magsagawa ng programa. At the same time, mag-deliver po ng mga services. At the local government units din po, yung interventions sa pag-prevent ng adolescent pregnancy ay pinapaigting din natin through their local and community-based programs. No? So, nandyan din po tayo para matulungan pang mga local government units. At sa pangkalahatan po, yung mga national government agencies po natin and other sectors, not only sa gobyerno but including yung mga civil society organization and mga non-government organization and even community or people's organization, tinitignan po natin na yung datos on population ay nakukonsidera every time they plan and develop na mga policies and programs. Tinuturuan po natin sila na makonsidera yung impact of population and ensuring that their interventions and development initiatives po ay people-centered. Kumbaga, dapat nakasentro sa pangangailangan ng tao. So masusing pag-aaral kung ano ba talaga yung pangangailangan ng tao bago po sila magsagawa ng mga programa. So yun po yung binibigay naman po natin sa part ng CPD sa ating ahensya na mga datos at mga information na pwede nilang makita about the population so that maging mas people-centered and responsive yung kanilang mga estratehiya po.
Director, para mas malinaw po para sa ating mga kababayan, ano po ang magiging epekto sa socio-economic growth ng bansa kung mapipigilan natin ang paglobo ng ating populasyon?
Actually po, very direct yung impact po nito. As I mentioned po kanina, population is intimately linked with the socio-economic development in a way na, of course, yung quantity or yung size of population ay nagde-determine ng level of investment, level of mga services na kailangan po nating ibigay po sa kanila. So kung mas manageable po yung level ng ating population, magkakaroon po tayo ng greater investment sa health, sa education, and madedevelop po natin ng gusto yung ating human resource kung mas manageable po yung ating population. And in the process, as a result, ay napapacilitate po yung invest na palabas po yung resources po natin, nagkakaroon po tayo na mas malaking ambag sa ating population at natatranslate po ito sa savings and investment. So in a community na mas marami po ang nagko-contribute economically, mas malataas po talaga yung paglago ng ekonomiya.
Okay, panghuli na lang po, mensahe nyo sa ating mga kababayan, lalo na po sa mga magulang, no? Siguro yung mga community leaders rin na nakikinig sa atin po ngayon, lalo na po tungkol sa pagtaas po ng teenage pregnancy sa bansa.
Opo, sa mga pamilya po at mag-asawa, yung ating patuloy na panawagan na ugaliin po ang pagpaplano ng pamilya para masiguro yung kaginhawaan ng bawat membro. Sa mga kabataan naman po, lagi nating ina-advise na sana panghawakan po nila yung kanilang pangarap, laging piliin ang pangarap at huwag itong ipagpalit sa sandaling sarap ang mga bagay na makakaderail sa kanilang mga aspirations. At lahat ng puto ay malaki pong role ang ginagampanan ng gobyerno. So mapabarangay, mapamunisipyo, city, probinsya at sa national, ay sana magtulong-tulong tayo para ma-achieve po yung objectives po ng Philippine Population and Development Plan of Action.
Okay, maraming salamat po sa inyong oras. Deputy Executive Director Lolito Tacardon mula sa Commission on Population and Development.
Pagkakataon.
Top performing na mga government-owned and controlled corporation o GOCC, bibigyang pagkilala ng Governance Commission for GOCCs. Alamin natin ang detalye mula kay Ryan Lesiges, live. Ryan?
Linya Hakat Awards ng Land Bank of the Philippines sa isinagawang GOCC Awards at sila din yung itinanghal na Top 1 Performer GOCC para sa taong 2022. Nagsama-sama ang nasa 400 miyembro ng governing boards and senior management of government-owned or controlled corporations sa GOCC para sa GOCC Governance Awards ceremony ngayong araw. Sa aktibidad na ito niya, pinarangalan ang top performing GOCCs. Kabilang sa mga nakatanggap ng award ang PCSO, PAGCOR, SSS, Land Bank of the Philippines, Development Bank of the Philippines, GSIS at iba pa. Itinanghal naman bilang top 1 performer GOCCs for 2022 ang Land Bank of the Philippines. Pinili niya ang mga top performing GOCCs sa pamamagitan ng kategoryang kinabibilangan ng Corporate Governance Scorecard o CGS rating for calendar year 2022, CGS Hall of Fame Award, Performance Evaluation Scorecard or PES rating for calendar year 2022 at Most Improved PES rating for calendar year 2021 hanggang 2022. Natatanging award ang natanggap ng mga GOCCs mula sa Governance Commission dahil sa kanilang excellent disclosure practices. Nagsilbing guest of honor sa aktibidad si retired Chief Justice at Executive Secretary Lucas Bersamin. Sa kanyang mensahe niya, kinilala nito ang tagumpay ng GOCCs na nakaangkla sa 8-point agenda ng administrasyon ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Git pa ni Bersamin, may mahalagang papel na ginagampanan ng GOCC sa pag-abot ng mga hangarin ng kasalukuyang administrasyon. Mahigit 400 bilyong piso aniya ang naiambag ng mga GOCC sa pamahalaan na ginamit sa infrastructure projects, kalusugan, edukasyon at iba pa. Sa kanya namang mensahe, mahigpit na bili ni Pangulong Marcos na panatilihin ang tiwala ng taong bayan sa pamahalaan. Ninya umaasa si Bersamin na sa pamamagitan ng pagkilala na iginawad sa mga GOCCs ay mas pag-iigihan pa nila yung kanilang trabaho hanggang sa mga susunod na taon para sa mas ikaunlad pa ng ekonomiya ng bansa. Ninya.
Congratulations sa mga GOCCs na yan. Maraming salamat, Ryan Lesigues. At mga kababayan, 35 days na lang, Pasko na. At dito nagtatapos ang ating programa sa araw na ito.
Samahan niyo ulit kami bukas dahil patuloy naming aalalayan at tutugunan ang pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Ako po si Chia Tienza.
Ako si Nina Corpus. Sama-sama tayo para sa isang bagong Pilipinas ngayon.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagseserbisyo, kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In the Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 12 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeliest news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV. Health Watch, alertong pangkalusugan. Mag-ingat sa dengue. Ang dengue ay isang viral infection na nagmumula sa kagat ng lamok na Aedes na sanhi din ng iba pang sakit gaya ng Zika virus at chikungunya. Ito ay nagdudulot ng mataas na lagnat, pamamantal, pananakit ng kasukasuan at kalamnan, panghihina, pagdurugo ng ilong, pagsusuka at pagdurumi na may kasamang dugo. Ang mga sintomas ay karaniwang nagtatagal mula 2 hanggang 7 araw. Sa unang senyales ng dengue, kumonsulta agad sa doktor. Uminom ng maraming tubig, inumin ang mga gamot na nireseta, at magpahinga. Iwasan din ang pag-inom ng aspirin at ibuprofen. At ikonsulta muna sa inyong doktor kung iinom ng herbal o alternative medicine. Tandaan, ang kalinisan ang pinakamabisa nating panlaban sa dengue. Health Watch, alertong pangkalusugan. Babiyahe ka ba patungo o palabas ng Pilipinas? Register muna sa etravel.gov.ph. Pumunta sa eTravel website o iscan ang QR code. Sagutin ang online form. I-screenshot o i-download ang iyong personal QR code. At i-present ito sa inyong airline representative bago sumakay at sa quarantine officer sa inyong pagdating. Kailangan mag-register sa loob ng 3 araw bago dumating sa Pilipinas. Gayon din sa mga Pilipinong aalis patungo sa ibang bansa. Ang e-travel registration ay libre at walang bayad. Ang Philippine One-Stop Electronic Travel Declaration System ay pinagsamang inisyatiba ng Department of Information and Communications Technology, kasama ng Bureau of Immigration, Bureau of Quarantine, Bureau of Customs, Department of Tourism, Department of Health, Department of Justice, at ng Department of Transportation.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Magandang araw Pilipinas, kasama sina Audie Goriseta at Naomi Tiburcio. Ako po si Angelique Lazo at ito na ang sentro ng mga balita.
Transport strike ng grupong Piston nagsimula na ngayong araw. Libreng sakay ipinakalat ng pamahalaan. Panibagong bawas presyo sa mga produktong petrolyo ipatutupad bukas kung magkano alamin. Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. iginiit na walang lamat ang unit team. Pangulo, iginiit ang suporta kay VP Sara Duterte. Bilang ng mga napaulat na nasawi sa magnitude 6.8 na lindol sa Mindanao, pumalo na sa siyam ayon sa NDRRMC. Pangulong Marcos, pinatututukan ang pagtulong sa ating mga apektadong kababayan. Pangulong Marcos Jr. muling nanindigan na hindi isusuko ng Pilipinas ang ating mga teritoryo. Pangulo, muling iginiit kay Chinese President Xi Jinping ang malayang pangingisda ng ating mga kababayan. Sa malasakit at work, inaasam na operasyon ng isang bata na may sakit sa puso, may sasakatuparan na ang naging mabilis na aksyon silipin. At temperatura sa Baguio City bumaba na sa 13.4 degrees Celsius kaninang umaga.
Una po sa ating maiinit na balita, iginiit ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. na nananatiling matatag ang Unit Team Coalition. Sa media interview sa Pangulo sa Honolulu, Hawaii, sinabi niyang hindi masisira ang Unit Team at sa halip ay mas tumibay pa. Kaugnay niyan, sinabi din ng Pangulo na hindi niya nais ma-impeach si Vice President Sara Duterte. Ayon sa Pangulo, hindi deserve ng Vice Presidente na mapatalsik sa pwesto.
I don't think it's particularly unusual. I don't think it's particularly worrisome. There will always be an element that will want to change the results of an election. She does not deserve to be impeached. So we will make sure that this is something that we will pay very close attention to. The declarations of impeachment, parang lahat naman ng presidente ini-impeach. Ngayon, Vice President pa. Wala naman sigurong dahilan. We are consolidating the unit team. It's actually become bigger and stronger than it was before. So, ayan, wishful thinking. These are the same people that talk about impeachment. They are also the same people that, wala na, nagbaklas-baklas na yung unit team. Hindi, totoo yun. Tignan na lang ninyo mga political developments in the past few months.
Samantala po, umarangkada na ang 3 araw na tigil pasada ng grupong Piston, pero ayon sa LTFRB at MMDA, ngayong unang araw nito, bigo ang grupo na mapaparalisa ang pampublikong transportasyon. Ang sentro ng balitang yan mula kay Karen Villanda, live.
Angelic, hindi na paralisa ng tigil pasada ang pampublikong transportasyon. Ayon na rin sa monitoring ng MMDA. Nagtungo rin kaninang umaga dito si government caretaker na si Vice President at DepEd Secretary Sara Duterte at nanindigan na walang kanselasyon ng klase sa mga susunod na araw. Ganito ang sitwasyon kanina alas 6 ng umaga sa Commonwealth Avenue sa unang araw ng 3 araw na tigil pasada ng grupong Piston. Ayon sa mga pasahero, normal lang hirap makasakay ng pampublikong transportasyon sa lugar na ito pero mas nadagdagan ang kanilang paghihintay kanina. Ilang mga pasahero ang na-late sa trabaho dahil sa hirap makasakay ng pampublikong transportasyon. Narito at pakinggan natin ang kanyang pahayag.
Kasi kadalasan po alas 6 po. Yun talaga yung punta ko rito eh. Tapos nakakasakay agad ako. Para sa amin po kasi mahirapan kami lalo pag commuters ka. Malaki po nga sa amin yun eh. Kasi sa trabaho nga po eh. Maapektuhan yung trabaho namin.
Ang tigil pasada ng Piston, sinabayan rin ng halos 1,000 tsuper ng grupong manibela sa monumento, San Andres Bukid at Marikina. Pero ayon sa MMDA, bigong maparalisa ng grupong Piston ang pampublikong transportasyon sa kanilang isinagawang tigil pasada. Nasa 66 na rescue vehicle lang kasi ang nagamit sa 686 na inihanda ng mga MMDA, LGU at national government. Tarito at pakinggan natin ang pahayag ni MMDA Chairman Romando Ortez.
Amin pong masasabi na baka nga po normal Monday morning rush hour foot traffic lamang ito. It's just that ayaw na po namin maipon kaya immediately pag nakakakita kami ng 20-30 persons na nasa karsada na nag-aabang na masasakyan, kaagad po natin dinideploy yung mga preposition assets po natin para po agarang makasakay. Siguro naman po may mga personnel kayo on the field at masasabi nila na sa kanilang pag-iikot ay wala po kayong makikita na na-stranded na pasahero. So, I can confidently say na hindi po naparalisa ang pampublikong transportasyon ngayong umaga.
Samantala, personal na binisita ni Vice President at DepEd Secretary Sara Duterte ang command center ng MMDA kaninang umaga. Dito nakikita ng MMDA kung saan lugar sa Metro Manila ang apektado ng tigil pasada at magpapadala ng rescue vehicle. Ilang rescue buses rin mula sa Office of the Vice President ang inilaan. Kasabay nito, nananatiling walang kanselasyon ng klase ang direktiba ng Vice Presidente sa 3 araw na transport strike. Narito at pakinggan natin ang pahayag ni Vice President Sara Duterte.
With regard to sa response, nandiyan naman na ang MMDA natin at tinanong ko sila kanina, how ready are you for the 3-day strike? And they said they are more than ready. And yung kanilang paghahanda nga is more than yung projections nila ng pagparalisa ng transport sector natin. Sa Department of Education naman, the general rule is there will be no cancellation of classes during a transport strike. The only exception is if the local government unit will declare a cancellation of classes, but the MMDA do not recommend the cancellation of classes.
Nakatakda namang linawin o kausapin ni LTFRB Chairman Teofilo Guadis III ang grupong Piston mamaya alas 3 ng hapon sa monumento. Ayon kay Guadis, maaari silang magkasundo sa ilang mga probisyon sa PUV modernization. Kumpiyansa rin siyang matutuldukan na ngayong araw ang dapat sana'y 3 araw na tigil pasada. Narito at pakinggan natin ang kanyang pahayag.
Number 1 po, yung area ang sinasabi nila na pwede namin pag-usapan. Yung 5-year na po nila, prangkisa nila, we are willing to sit down with them and agree to that. Number 2, hindi naman kailangang mag-consolidate kaagad na tapusin yung proseso by December 31. By the mere filing, pwede ka nang considered as consolidated. These are 2 steps na pwede kong ilapit sa kanila para maumusad na po itong usapan at matigil na po itong kanilang bantang strike.
Angelic, nilinaw naman ng grupong Manibela na wala pa silang inaanunsyo na sila ay magkakasa ng tigil pasada rin. No? Pero kanina ay nagbigay na sila ng augmentation at suporta sa grupong Pisto na may ilang mga 1,000 na mga driver ng grupong Manibela ang tumigil din sa pasada. Gayunman ay nanawagan din mismo si Vice President Sara Duterte na makipag-usap ang mga transport group sa pamahalaan para nga dun sa kanilang mga benepisyo na makukuha nila sa POV modernization. Angelique.
Yes, Karen, kung magpapatuloy ang tigil pasada bukas, kanselado pa rin ba kaya ang number coding din bukas?
Yes, Angelique, ayon sa MMDA, kanilang pag-aaralan ito pero posible nang alisin yung number coding bukas kung maganda naman ang sitwasyon at walang masyadong epekto itong transport strike. Bawat kasi kanselasyon ng number coding, Angelique, 20% ng mga motorista ang naidadagdag sa kalsada kaya naman nakamonitor kanina ng bahagyang pagsikip talaga sa daloy ng trapiko. Angelique.
Okay, sa pagbisita kanina ni Vice President Sara Duterte, natanong ba siya tungkol sa umano'y impeachment laban sa kanya?
Yes, Angelique, natanong yan, at ang sinabi niya, kumpiyansa siya na may tiwala pa rin sa kanya si President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Dahil bago nga ito lumabas ng bansa, ay tinanong niya kung alam ba ng presidente ang impeachment at sinabi nga at inamin sa kanya na alam nga ito ng presidente. Angelique.
Okay, maraming salamat sa iyo, Karen Villanda.
Samantala, good news naman dahil may panibagong rollback ulit sa presyo ng mga produktong petrolyo bukas. Kung magkano ang posibleng matitipid, alamin sa sentro ng balita ni Joshua Garcia.
Good news sa mga motorista bukas dahil may nakaambang panibagong rollback na naman sa presyo ng mga produktong petrolyo. Sa paunang abiso ng ilang kumpanya ng langis, nasa 75 cents ang inaasahang ibababa sa kada litro ng gasolina, 65 cents sa diesel at 60 sentimo naman sa kerosene. Magkakahalo man ang reaksyon dito ng mga motorista, karamihan naman sa kanila ay natuwa na marinig ang balita. Hindi man ganong kalaki ang ibababa, ang mahalaga daw ay hindi ito tumataas.
Hindi mas maganda. Malaking tulong yan sa economy natin. At saka sa aming mga motorista, siyempre. Malaking bagay yun. Dati nga, pag nagagas ako dito, 1,500, 2,000. Ngayon, 1,000, okay na. Balikan na yun. Sa Bulacan pa kami.
Malaking bagay din ito, lalo sa ang pamamasada ay kinabubuhay sa araw-araw. Hiling pa ng mga ito ay sana raw bumaba na rin ang presyo ng mga bilihin.
Maganda po kasi dagdag income na naman tayo, medyo makakatipid tayo sa gas. Malaking tulong na rin po yan sa pamilya namin sa araw-araw.
Ang bilihin ba bumababa? Kahit ibaba man gasolina, sana kung ang pagbaba may epekto sa lahat. Sana sunod. Hindi bababa, kaunti. Hindi kaya ibaba ang bilihin. Wala rin kwenta.
Babaan na nila ng todo para guminawan mga driver. Siyempre, mababawasan yung pagtaas ng diesel tsaka langis, madadagdagan yung pondo namin sa diesel.
Paliwanag naman ng Department of Energy, maliban sa pagpupulong ng Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries o OPEC, nagaganapin sa November 26 na maaaring magbigay ng posibilidad sa panibagong adjustment sa presyo ng langis. Wala silang nakikitang dahilan para magtaas ito sa mga susunod pang panahon.
Kasi ang suspetto natin itong trend, kung hindi man ito bababa, at least hindi tataas. Pero kung mag-meeting sila November 26 at sabihin nila production cut na naman kami, posible hong magtaas. Tuloy-tuloy lang ho yan na epekto habang hindi ho nagpo-pronounce yung OPEC na naman ng panibagong production cut. Wala namang hong actual supply disruption na nangyayari dun sa Middle East crisis ngayon. So, wala hong rason ngayon yung market na magkaroon ng adverse movement dun sa price.
Samantala sa datos ng ahensya, ito na ay 3 linggo ng rollback sa gasolina, habang 4 na magkakasunod na linggo naman na rollback para sa diesel at kerosene. Joshua Garcia, para sa Bayan.
Malayo man sa Pilipinas, mahigpit pa rin ang binabantayan ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ang sitwasyon ng ating mga kababayang naapektuhan ng malakas na lindol sa Mindanao. Sa katunayan, pinatitiyak ng Pangulo na matutugunan ang kanilang mga pangangailangan. Si Alan Francisco sa Sentro ng Balita.
Kahit nasa Estados Unidos para sa kanyang working visit, tuloy pa rin ang monitoring
ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa sitwasyon ng mga tinamaan ng lindol sa Pilipinas, partikular sa probinsya ng Sarangani. Patunay rito, pinulong ni President Marcos sa mga opisyal ng gobyerno sa pamamagitan ng video conference. Present sa online meeting sina Defense Secretary Gilbert Chodoro, Health Secretary Chodoro Herbosa, DSWD Undersecretary Edu Punay, Office of Civil Defense Undersecretary Ariel Nepomuceno at iba pang opisyal. Inatasan ni President Marcos ang mga opisyal na tiyakin ang kaligtasan ng mga residentes sa mga natamaan ng lindol. Kasama na ang pagkalat ng fake news hinggil sa di umano'y pagtama ng tsunami.
You seem to have it well in hand. Just be vigilant, just keep watching. We must pay attention to aftershocks because sometimes maraming nagiging casualty sa aftershock. Kasi akala nila tapos na, pinapasok yung mga bahay, pinapasok yung mga building. So, bantayan natin na mabuti yun.
Dagdag ni President Marcos, regular niyang pupulungin ang mga opisyal ng gobyerno upang manghingi ng update sa mga lugar na nilindol sa kabilayan ng official trip niya sa Honolulu, sa Hawaii.
Alan Francisco, para sa Bayan.
Bumuhos naman ang tulong para sa ating mga kababayang biktima ng lindol sa Mindanao. Kabilang sa maagap na tumulong ay ang Philippine Charity Sweepstakes Office at ilang mambabatas. Si Mela Lesmora sa Sentro ng Balita.
Tiniyak ng Kamara na paglalaanan nila ng pondo ang rehabilitasyon para sa mga lugar na tinamaan ng 6.8 magnitude na lindol sa Mindanao nitong Biyernes. Kahapon sa kautusan ni House Speaker Martin Romualdez, personal na bumisita si House Deputy Majority Leader for Communications Erwin Tulfo sa General Santos City at iba pang panig ng Sarangani Province na kabilang sa mga lubos na tinamaan ng sakuna. Kinumusta ni Tulfo ang mga biktima ng lindol at pinangunahan ang pamamahagi ng tulong ng Kamara sa lugar. Nitong weekend, agad inasikaso ng House Speaker's Office at Tingog Party List ang paglalabas ng 20 milyong pisong ayuda at 5,000 food bags bilang inisyal na tulong para sa mga naapektuhan ng lindol. Kahit kasama sa delegasyon ng Pilipinas sa Amerika, mahigpit ang pagbabantay ni Speaker Romualdez sa sitwasyon sa Mindanao. Pagtitiyak ng House Leader sa tulong na rin ng administrasyon ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., gagawa nila ng paraan para mabigyan ng sapat na pondo ang recovery aid at rehabilitation efforts ng pamahalaan sa Mindanao. Makikipag-ugnayan din ang Kamara sa DPWH para magamit ang kanilang Quick Response Fund para sa mabilis na pagsaayos ng mga napinsalang infrastruktura sa lugar. Kasunod ng kanyang pag-iikot, aminado si Congressman Tulfo na marami talagang idinulot na pinsala ang lindol at sa Sarangani pa lang, nasa 200 milyong piso na ang kailangan. Pero katulad ng kautusan ni House Speaker, masusi nila itong tututukan. Bukod naman sa Kamara, mabilis ding nagpaabot ng tulong sa mga lugar na naapektuhan ng lindol ang Philippine Charity Sweepstakes Office. Ayon kay PCSO General Manager Mel Robles, nais nilang matiyak na sapat ang pagkain at iba pang supply ng mga biktima, kaya't patuloy ang pakipag-ugnayan nila sa mga lokal na pamahalaan ukol dito. Meleles Moras para sa Bayan.
Kaugnay niyan, bilang ng mga naiulat na nasawi sa magnitude 6.8 na lindol sa Mindanao, umakyat na sa siyam ang update sa pagresponde ng pamahalaan. Ihatid sa atin sa Sentro ng Balita ni Bea Bernardo live.
Angelique, tuloy-tuloy ang binibigay na tulong ng pamahalaan sa mga apektado nating kababayan na tinamaan ng 6.8 magnitude na lindol sa Mindanao. Sa bagong Pilipinas ngayon, sinabi ni NDRRMC Deputy Spokesperson Mark Timbal na nasa mahigit 12,000 individual ang naapektuhan ng malakas na lindol. Sa bilang na ito, 500 ang mula sa Region 11 at 12,000 naman sa Region 12. Ang bilang na yan ay katumbas ng nasa mahigit 2,000 pamilyang apektado. Nakapagbigay na ng mga family food bags at mga shelter kits ang lokal na pamahalaan at national government sa mga biktima. Pumalo naman sa siyam ang nasawi nating kababayan sa lindol habang 15 naman ang nasugatan. Nasa 800 ang mga bahay at mahigit 100 infrastruktura ang nasira dahil pa rin sa malakas na lindol. Sa kabila nito, sinabi ni Timbal na naibalik na ang mga lifeline sa mga apektadong rehiyon. Kabilang dito ang kuryente at mga signal ng telecommunications. Batay sa monitoring ng ahensya, nasa mahigit 100 aftershocks na ang naitala simula noong Biyernes. Pinaubayan naman ng NDRMC sa mga lokal na pamahalaan ang usapin ng pagdideklara ng state of calamity kasunod nga ng nangyaring lindol.
Wala po tayo sa ating mga local government kasi yung declaration po na yan ay batay sa kanilang apresasyon doon sa dinanas ng kanilang local government unit.
Tiniyak naman ni Timbal na buo ang suporta ng national government sa mga LGU kung sakaling magdeklara sila ng state of calamity. Samantala, sinabi naman ng ahensya na epektibo ang isinasagawa ng drill. Araw bago ang naturang lindol, ginawa ang 4th quarter national simultaneous earthquake drill. Giit ni Timbal, nakita naman nilang ginagawa ng mga Pilipino ang mga natututunan nila sa mga drills, lalo na ang duck, cover, and hold.
Nakita naman po natin na meron tayong mga kababayan talaga na talagang pinotektahan yung sarili nila. No? Po, yung iba nag-duck cover and hold nga din po. Ayan, no? Pinoprotektahan nila yung kanilang mga ulo from the falling debris. Tama po yung mga ginawa nila. At natutuwa po tayo na yung kanilang mga natutunan sa ating nationwide simultaneous earthquake drill ay kanila pong naisasagawa.
Sa kabila nito, muling nagpaalala ang NDRMC sa mga kababayan natin na maging mahinahon tuwing may mga lindol at seryosohin ang pagsalinga sa mga earthquake drills na ginagawa ng pamahalaan. Angelique.
Okay, so Bea, may mga nabanggit ng mga bahay na nasira. Ano ang tulong o suporta na binibigay ng pamahalaan para sa mga nawalan ng bahay?
Angelique, sa ngayon nga ay nagsasagawa pa ng assessment itong NDRMC at mga lokal na pamahalaan para nga malaman kung gaano kalaki at gaano kalawak at magkano yung kakailanganin na tulong ng ating mga kababayan para nga doon mapalitan o mabigyan sila ng tulong financial para dito sa mga bahay na nasira. Pero may mga times pa or kakailanganin pa ng mga oras bago ito maibigay ng ating lokal na pamahalaan. Pero ngayon sinabi naman ni Timbal na tinutulungan nila yung mga kababayan nating nasiraan nga ng bahay. Angelique.
Okay, maraming salamat sa iyo, Bea Bernardo.
Hindi isusuko ng Pilipinas ang ating mga teritoryo sa gitna ng tensyon sa West Philippine Sea. Ito ang binigyang diin ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa kanyang pagdalo sa Asia-Pacific Center for Security Studies sa Honolulu, Hawaii. Ayon sa Pangulo, mananatili pa rin ang pagtalima ng bansa sa international rules-based order at pagpapalakas ng ugnayan sa mga kaalyadong bansa. Dagdag pa ng Pangulo, ikinalulugod niya ang pagsuporta ng Estados Unidos at iba pang mga bansa sa posisyon ng Pilipinas. Kasabay nito, naniniwala ang Pangulo na kailangan ng ma-upgrade ang defense at civilian law enforcement capabilities ng bansa.
I have said it before, and I will say it again. The Philippines will not give a single square inch of our territory to any foreign power. The law is clear, as defined by the UNCLOS, and the final and binding 2016 award on the South China Sea arbitration.
Samantala, kapwa, nagkasundo ang Pilipinas at ang China na hindi magiging batayan ang usapin sa West Philippine Sea sa relasyon ng dalawang bansa. Ayon kay Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., ito ang tinalakay sa kanilang muling pagharap ni Chinese President Xi Jinping sa sideline ng Asia-Pacific Economic Conference o APEC Summit. Sa kabila nito, naniniwala ang Pangulo na may mga problema pa rin na dapat pag-usapan para maiwasan ang anumang insidente na magpapalala sa sitwasyon. Gayun din ang usapin sa malayang pangingisda. At sa tingin ng Pangulo, positibo ang pagtanggap dito ni Chinese President Xi. Kaugnay niyan, humiling ang punong ekutibo ng pulong sa leader ng China para muling ihayag ang kanyang mga alalahanin sa ilang mga insidente sa pagitan ng mga barko ng Pilipinas at China kung saan kamakailan lamang ay may nangyari ng banggaan.
Hopefully to find ways to avoid that and have ways to move forward from this situation. And It was essentially we tried to come up with mechanisms to lower the tensions in South China Sea. And of course, as ever, whenever this issue comes up, I always bring up the plight of our fishermen. And I asked that we go back to a situation where both Chinese and Filipino fishermen were fishing together in these waters. And so I think the point was well taken by President Xi.
Samantala, mga kababayan natin sa Hawaii, binisita din ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. Pangulo, hindi napigilang alalahanin ang kanyang pananatili doon ng ilang taon. Nagbabalik si Alan Francisco sa Sentro ng Balita.
Let me say what I have waited very long time to say. Aloha! I was told, they said, we can fly directly from San Francisco to Manila. And I said, but Honolulu is in, Hawaii is in the way, on the way. So I said, we have to go down, we have to land in Hawaii. I have to say hello to all our friends in Hawaii because Honolulu, Hawaii, holds the Filipinos and the Filipino Americans in Hawaii hold a very special place in my heart as for all the wonderful experiences that we had here with our Filipino compatriots.
Yan ang bati ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa mga Pilipino sa Hawaii nang dumating siya sa Filipino Community Event sa Hawaii Convention Center kahapon. Naalala niya ang mga panahon noong 1986 nang magtungo ang kanyang pamilya Marcos sa Honolulu at ang mga Pilipino aniyang ito sa Hawaii ang tumulong sa kanila.
This is a special place and it has holds special memories. I will turn it around a little bit. I want to introduce you to them. These are the people that kept us alive for 6 years. We landed here in Honolulu with nothing. With nothing. My family was flown from Malacanang Palace to Hicam Air Force Base. And when we finally moved to Makiki Heights, kayong lahat, nakikita ko kayo, nandun kayong lahat. I know they were always there. We had nothing with us. They kept everything to inspect everything. These are the people who kept body and soul together of the Marcos family. Ultimo, when I tell this story, people do not quite believe me. But I tell them, you do not realize how close we became and how kind and how generous the people, the Filipinos, Americans in Hawaii were.
Nakita rin ng Pangulo ang mga dating miyembro ng Presidential Security Command na naglingkod sa kanyang amang si dating President Ferdinand Edralin Marcos Sr. at sa kanilang buong pamilya.
PSC, mga PSC, dating PSC. Oh, kita mo? These are your predecessors. Ito yung mga dating Presidential Security. Hindi, ito mga naiwan na dito. Ito yung mga sumama sa amin. At they already found that pati po yung nag-entertain sa atin, si Florante. Matagal siya nandito. Lagi kami magkasama ni Florante nung nandito kami.
Nakausap ng PTV News ang ilan sa mga PSC members na ito at hindi maitago ang kanilang saya nang makita si President Bongbong. Ikinuwento rin nila ang kanilang mga karanasan ng mga panahong iyon.
Masaya rin kami dahil at least nakilala pa rin nila kami na tumulong sa kanila noon.
Mula nung dumating kami rito sa Hawaii, naiwan na kami rito. Ito mga security, mga kasama ito nag-alaga sa kanya mula nung maliit pa. At naiwan sila rito. Pati yung mga member ng household. Ito, mga military nurse nga, dito na rin, naka-base.
Talagang hindi namin sila iniwan. Kahit na anong mangyari, na pangako namin, na pinangako na namin na kahit na mawala ang buhay namin, basta pagserbi kami sa kanila. Masaya kami na nakita namin ulit siya.
Maging ang iba pang mga Pilipinong dumalo sa Philcom event, hindi na iwasang magbahagi ng kanilang kasiyahan.
I'm so happy to see him. Way back, long time I didn't see him, yeah. So I'm very happy and I'm very excited.
Habang andito sa Hawaii ang Pangulo, ilan pa sa kanyang mga aktibidad ay ang pagbisita sa US Defense Facility o obserbahan ang capability orientation ng West Philippine Sea, paglahok sa barge tour at mayroon ding wreath-laying ceremony at ang round table meeting. Matapos nito ay lilipad na pabalik ng Maynila si Pangulong Marcos kasama ang kanyang delegasyon. Alan Francisco para sa Bayan, Honolulu, Hawaii.
Samantala para sa mga naghahanda na ng budget para sa Kapaskuhan at Bagong Taon, Department of Agriculture tiniyak na magiging stable ang presyo ng agricultural commodities hanggang matapos ang 2023. Ang sentro ng balita mula kay Mela Lesmoras, live.
Audrey, tiniyak ng Department of Agriculture na stable ang supply at presyo ng mga agricultural products sa bansa hanggang sa pagtatapos ng taon. Kabilang nga yan sa mga natalakay sa pagdinig ng House Committee on Agriculture and Food ngayong araw. Bandang alas 10 ng umaga kanina nang magsimula ang pagdinig ng House Committee on Agriculture and Food sa pangunguna ni Committee Chair Mark N. Verga na naglalayong talakayin ang sitwasyon ng food sufficiency sa bansa, partikular na sa bigas, mais, livestock, poultry, mga gulay at iba pang agricultural commodities. Dumalo rito ang mga opisyal ng Department of Agriculture sa pangunguna ni DA Secretary Francisco Chu Laurel Jr. na nakilahok sa House hearing sa kauna-unahang pagkakataon matapos siyang maluklok sa pwesto. Pagdating sa bigas, iniulat ng DA ang bahagyang pagtaas ng produksyon ngayon kumpara noong 2022 at ang presyo naglalaroan nila sa 41 hanggang 43 pesos kada kilo para sa regular milled rice at nasa 48 pesos naman kada kilo sa well-milled rice na kapwa magandang numero. Hinggil naman sa sibuyas, stable din nila ang supply at presyo na naglalaro naman sa 140 hanggang 160 pesos kada kilo. Maging ang manok at baboy naman sa pamilihan, sabi ng DA, stable din ang supply at presyo. Git ng mga mambabatas, alinsunod na rin sa kautusan ni na Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. at House Speaker Martin Romualdez, patuloy nilang tututukan ang supply at presyo ng mga agricultural products sa bansa para na rin sa kapakanan ng ating mga kababayan. Ito nga ay lalo na ngayong magpapasko at bagong taon. Pakinggan natin ang pahayag ng ilang opisyal kanina.
We are given marching orders from the President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. to increase the productivity of our agricultural sector. And this shall be the goal of the department with the invaluable help of our legislators.
Ay tututukan pa rin ng Kongreso yung presyo ng bilihin para po sa ating mga consumers. And at the same time, keeping in mind our farmers, yung kanilang kita. So ito na po, asahan po natin lahat periodically. We will be doing this. So we hope that the Department of Agriculture can at least monitor and help this committee realize kung ano po mga problema ang kinaharap po natin.
Audrey, kanina marami pa sanang mga kongresista na nais magtanong ng iba pang talagang mga detalye sa Department of Agriculture, pero ang sinasabi ng DA ay diretso naman sila sa Senado ngayong araw para nga sa budget hearing. Kaya ang ginawa na lamang ay nagpahatid pa ng ibang mga katanungan yung mga mambabatas na sasagutin naman ng DA sa mga susunod pang pagdinig ng House Committee on Agriculture and Food. Pero ang sinasabi nga, Audrey, ng ating mga mambabatas, talagang patuloy nilang tututukan yung mga issues sa sektor ng agrikultura para na rin sa kapakanan ng ating mga kababayan. Audrey?
Okay, Mela, same time last year, ang problema kasi sa bansa ay yung presyo at supply ng sibuyas. Anong mga hakbang ngayon ng DA para talagang hindi na maulit pa ito?
Audrey, ang sinasabi naman ng DA sa ngayon ay stable naman yung presyo at supply ng sibuyas. At mismong si bagong DA Secretary nga, kahit bago pa lang siya sa pwesto, ay tinitiyak mismo niya na siya mismo ay nakatutok dito nga sa presyo at supply ng sibuyas para nga hindi na maulit pa yung sitwasyon noong nakaraang taon. At ang sinasabi nga nila, talagang pinapalakas pa nila yung local production sa Pilipinas para nga mas maparami pa ang supply at matiyak yung stable na presyo nito hanggang sa mga susunod na buwan. Audrey?
Okay, Mela, so ngayong holiday season naman, magpapatuloy kaya yung stable na presyo at supply ng agricultural products natin?
Audrey, ang sinasabi nga ng DA kahit hindi lang ngayong Pasko at bagong taon, kahit nga hanggang umabot pa ng Pebrero, karamihan ng ating mga agricultural products ay may stable at sapat na supply naman may stable at sapat na supply at presyo, at umaasa nga sila na sa tulong ng mga hakbang din at pagtutulungan ng pamahalaan, mga magsasaka at mga nagbebenta sa merkado, yan ay mapapanatili at alinsunod na rin yan sa kautusan ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. Audrey?
Maraming salamat, Mela Lesmoras.
At huwag po kayong bibitiw, marami pa kami hatid ng mga balita sa pagbabalik ng Sentro Balita. Saan mapapanood ang PTV?
Sa bawat sulok ng Pilipinas.
Reaching millions of Filipinos across the country through the power of terrestrial TV.
Abot na abot namin ang mga Pilipino para sa tapat na balita at impormasyon.
Dito'y Cordillera, kan Intero ang Luzon. Da kami, timapang namnamaan.
Sa aton sa Visayas, wala kami mapugong sa pagpaabot sa unsang hitabo.
Dini sa Saad Ngayuta, Mindanao, PTV, pirmi maminaw para sa paghatod sa balita.
Broadcasting in Luzon, PTV4 Manila, PTV8 Cordillera, PTV4 Naga, and PTV4 Palawan. In the Visayas, PTV11 Cebu, PTV10 Dumaguete, PTV2 Guimaras, PTV8 Tacloban, and PTV12 Calbayog. And in the heart of Mindanao, PTV11 Davao City, PTV8 Cotabato, PTV7 Zamboanga, PTV11 Sibugay, PTV11 Pagadian, PTV48 Davao del Norte, and PTV8 Agusan del Sur. PTV Regional Network, buong katapatang naghahatid ng balitang maaasahan para sa inyong pambansang TV.
Panibagong linggo na naman ang nagsimula at para mas maging ready, mapatrabaho man yan o pasok sa eskwela, alamin natin kung ano ang magiging maganda ang lagay ng panahon sa mga susunod na araw. Ihahatid yan ni Pag-asa Weather Specialist Benny Sareha.
Magandang araw. Para sa lagay ng ating panahon, wala po tayong monitor na low pressure area or bagyo sa loob at paligid ng Philippine Area of Responsibility. Andyan pa rin ang shear line o yung linya kung saan nagtatagpo ang mainit na hangin galing Pacific Ocean at malamig na northeast monsoon. Mataas ang tsansa ng ulan ngayong araw sa Sorsogon, Masbate, and Northern Samar. Habang meron din mga minsan malalakas na ulan over the rest of Bicol Region, rest of Visayas, Romblon, Palawan at Dinagat Islands. Bukas naman, may epekto pa rin ng shear line over Bicol, Romblon, Palawan, Aklan, Capiz, Northern Samar, Eastern Samar, and Zamboanga Peninsula. Habang sa Wednesday naman, meron pa rin pong epekto ng shear line sa Palawan, Catanduanes, Albay, Sorsogon, Masbate, and Northern Samar. Yung ilang bahagi pa po ng Luzon sa mga susunod na araw ay may epekto naman ng northeast monsoon or amihan. Merong may hinang ulan dito sa silangang parte ng Luzon, particularly Cagayan Valley, Apayao, Aurora, and Quezon, habang may mga pulupulong may hinang ulan over the rest of Luzon kabilang ang Metro Manila. Habang sa natitirang bahagi pa ng Visayas and Mindanao, for the next 3 days, asahan lamang ang localized thunderstorms. Meron pa rin tayong mataas na alon dito sa may hilagang baybayin ng Luzon at sa silangang baybayin po ng Luzon and Visayas. Hanggang 4.5 meters ang taas ng mga alon, maaaring pagbawalan ang maliliit na sasakyang pandagat. Narito naman po ang lagay ng ating mga dams. Ako muli si Benison Estareja. Magandang araw po.
Maraming salamat Pag-asa Weather Specialist Benny Estareja. At paalala muli sa ating mga kababayan para maging ligtas sa lahat ng pagkakataon mula sa epekto ng pabago-bagong panahon, ugaliing tumutok dito lang sa PTV Info Weather.
Bayan, ramdam nyo na ba ang lamig tuwing madaling araw? Abay, mas ramdam pa yan sa Cordillera Region. Tulad na lamang sa summer capital of the Philippines, natagos na sa buto yung lamig kaninang umaga dahil sa pagbaba pa ng temperatura. Silipin yan sa sentro ng balita ni Glory Balegan ng PTV Cordillera.
Humuhugot na naman ang mga taga-Baguio. Ang tanong ng karamihan, lumalamig na ba siya? O pababa na ba ang pagmamahal niya? Ang hugot din ng iba, malamig na ang panahon, sumasabay ka pa. Pero walang halong biro. Literal na malamig na nga sa Baguio City kasabay ng nalalapit na Pasko. Kaninang alas 5 kasi ng madaling araw, naitala ang lowest temperature na 13.4 degrees Celsius. Ayon sa Pag-asa, karaniwan itong nangyayari pagsapit ng tinatawag na bear month, dulot ng umiiral na northeast monsoon o amihan na tatagal hanggang Pebrero sa susunod na taon.
Yung flow ng hangin na nanggagaling sa east, sa Pacific. Expect naman natin na malamig pagka yung December, January, yan. Baka hanggang January siguro malamig.
Sa kalapit na bayan ng La Trinidad, naitala ang lowest temperature na 14.3 degrees Celsius. Gayunman, mas mababa pa rin ng 1 to 2 degrees Celsius ang naitatalang temperatura sa ibang mga bayan ng Benguet Province. Sa radar station ng Pag-asa Baguio sa Mount Santo Tomas, Tuba, naitala ang lowest temperature na 10.7 degrees Celsius.
Mataas yung height nila, tapos sila yung dinadaanan lang malamig na hangin na ano. Kasi pwede tayong bumaba dahil minsan naharang ng mga bundok.
Hindi naman hadlang ang malamig na temperatura kaninang umaga para maagang mag-jogging ang mga residente at mamasyal ang mga turistang tulad ni na Rose at kaibigan na nagmula pa ng Boracay.
Super lamig kanina, then worth it po yung mga tourist spot dito. Then, pangarap ko po kasi po makapunta dito sa Baguio. So ngayon, super worth it and na-fulfill yung dreams na makapunta dito.
Ang pamilya Kailaw naman mula Pampanga na nagtungo dito sa lungsod para sunduin ang kanilang anak na katatapos lamang mag-exam, sinamantala din ang pagkakataon para mamasyal ng maaga kahit na malamig ang panahon.
Ramdam na ramdam po namin yung lamig dito sa Baguio and yung simoy po ng hangin dito sobrang lamig at sarap din.
Paalala naman ng health authorities sa publiko, lalo na sa mga hindi pa sanay sa malamig na panahon, magsuot ng makapal at komportableng damit. Kaya naman sa mga nagbabalak magbagyo, magdala ng kayakap, jacket para hindi lamigin. Glory Balegan para sa Bayan.
Sa susunod na linggo, target maipasa ng Senado sa ikatlong pagbasa ang panukalang 2024 national budget. Samantala, natapos na barangay at SK elections, natalakay naman sa pagsalang ng COMELEC sa deliberasyon ng Senado. Si Daniel Manalastas sa Sentro ng Balita Live.
Sa Angelique, pinagpatuloy nga ng Senado ang deliberasyon para sa panukalang 2024 national budget. At ilan sa sumalang kaninang umaga ay ang panukalang budget ng Commission on Elections o COMELEC. Inaasinta ng mga senador na lumusot na sa second at third reading sa susunod na linggo ang panukalang 2024 national budget. Sabi ni Senate Committee on Finance Chairperson Sani Angara, target nilang maisumiti na sa Pangulo ang panukalang budget sa first o second week naman ng Disyembre. Hindi pa man masabi ni Angara kung may ilan pang isyong pagdedebatihan pagdating sa Bicameral Conference Committee kasama ang mababang kapulungan. Gayong mukhang naisaayos na ang nangyari o sa issue sa confidential funds.
Well, mahirap pag-anticipate, di ba? Usually every year may mga issues din. Hindi namin alam na issue sa kanila. Hindi naman issue sa amin, pero issue sa kanila. Di ba? May ganun eh. So, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully mapag-usapan and ma-discuss na maayos.
Samantala, Angelique, natanong naman kanina sa budget deliberations kay Senator Amy Marcos na budget sponsor ng COMELEC kung kamusta ang nangyaring assessment sa barangay at sangguniang kabataan elections.
The sense of the COMELEC, and they've released media statements to the same, was that it was generally peaceful, a statement that was perhaps criticized in certain sectors. There was, however, no severe disruption, no failure of election, 100% proclamation that despite the isolated incidents and the sad record of 19 dead and several injured, the reality is that by citizens' arms and international observers, the elections were generally peaceful and successful.
Angelique, sa puntong ito, nakasalang naman ang budget ng Commission on Audit at inaasahan, Angelique, na tatapusin ngayong araw o baka mamaya abutin ng madaling araw yung budget deliberations para sa panukalang 2024 national budget. Angelique?
Alright, maraming salamat sa iyo, Daniel Manalastas.
Samantala, muling iginiit ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. na hindi maaring mapasukan ng politika ang financial decision sa Maharlika Investment Fund. Sagot yan ng Pangulo sa harap ng pagkwestiyon ng ilang sa revised implementing rules and regulation ng MIF. Paliwanag ni President Marcos, hindi niluwagan, sa halip ay hinigpitan pa nga ang IRR ng MIF mula sa una nitong draft. Anya, binibigyang kalayaan ng board nito para magdesisyon at dahil may interest dito ang gobyerno, kinakailangan pa rin itong maging kabahagi.
More or less, there are a couple of other things, but basically it was the powers of the board that we changed. Dahil it was, paulit-ulit ko nga sinasabi, I do not want political forces to interfere with financial decisions of the investment fund. But as much as possible, on the day-to-day workings of the fund, we leave it to the board, we leave it to the managers.
Target ang Pilipinas na magkaroon ng partnership sa US technology giant na Starlink para sa mas pinabilis na internet connectivity sa Pilipinas. Inihayag yan ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa kanyang pagharap sa Filipino community sa Los Angeles. Ayon sa Pangulo, nagkaroon siya ng pagkakataon na bumisita sa pasilidad ng Starlink at iginiit ang halaga ng teknolohiyang nito pagdating sa digital communication at connectivity. Paliwanag ni President Marcos Jr. na ayon ang naturang satellite broadband para sa target na pagkakaroon ng reliable na internet speed ng bansa.
Our vast archipelago, ang ating 7,000 ang ating isla. That vast archipelago is an ideal candidate for satellite broadband service, and we look forward to improving broadband connectivity in the Philippines through Starlink and through all the others. Kaya kami ay hinahanap namin lahat ng pamamaraan to take full advantage of the new technologies that are available to us that will increase the productivity of our people. Kayong nandito sa Amerika, lalong-lalo na dito sa California, where this is very much the leading edge of some of those technologies. Nakikita naman ninyo kung paano makatulong, kung talagang pag nagamit natin yung mga AI na tinatawag, kapag magamit po natin lahat ng mga bagong teknolohiya, talagang we become more effective, we become more efficient, we become more productive.
Kakulangan sa pambayad para sa operasyon ng kanyang anak, ito ay nilapit sa malasakit at work na isa nating kababayan sa Orion, Bataan. At ang problemang yan Agad na nasolusyonan ng ating programa ang kanilang kwento, ating balikan.
Ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa pagmamahal at pagmamalasakit na ibinigay niyo para po sa aking anak na si Remdor Bentley Hernandez. Sa hinihingi po namin na karagdagan na guarantee letter para sa kanyang operasyon.
Ito ang pasasalamat ng 36 na taong gulang na si Melanie Espanola sa tulong na kanyang natanggap mula sa ating programa. Ayon kasi sa kanya, kailangan pa nila ng 200,000 piso para tuluyan ang maoperahan ng kanyang anak na may sakit sa puso. Subalit, dahil sapat lang sa pang-araw-araw na pangangailangan ang kinikita ng kanyang mister, naglakas loob siyang magpadala ng mensahe sa official Facebook page ng ating programa.
Almost 4 years po kaming nagtiyaga na pumila sa OPD ng Philippine Heart Center, umaasa na may schedule po para sa kanyang operasyon. Hanggang sa nitong May 2023 ay napagdesisyonan ko po na ipatingin siya sa pribadong doktor na tumatanggap ng guarantee letter na bayad. Gawa ng desperado na po ako na maoperahan agad ang aking anak.
Noong araw din na yon, ay tinawagan natin ang tanggapan ni Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo para ilapit ang kanilang kakulangan sa pambayad sa ospital. Agad namang tumugon sa ating tawag ang isa sa kanyang mga staff na si Ginoong Patrick Sulit. Ayon sa kanya, ay sasagutin na ni Senator Go ang lahat ng kulang sa operasyon ng kanilang anak. Makalipas lang ang 1 linggo, ay natanggap na ni Melanie ang guarantee letter mula sa senador.
Maraming salamat po sa 200,000 na karagdagang guarantee letter para sa operasyon po ng aking anak. Laking tulong po ito sa amin para po sa operasyon po ng aking anak.
Labis din ang kanyang pasasalamat dahil sa kanyang agarang tulong na natanggap.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Bongo, Ma'am Angelique Lasso at PTV Malasakit at Work.
At sa mga nais pong dumulog sa ating programa, maaari po kayong magpadala ng inyong mensahe sa ating official Facebook page na PTV Malasakit at Work. Maaari kayong mag-email sa amin sa ptvmalasakit@gmail.com. Muli, ang tunay na malasakit ay laging at work.
Samantala, opisyal nang inilunsad ang Philippine Youth Development Plan 2023-2028. Ito'y matapos ang konsultasyon kasama ang youth leaders, mga eksperto, civil society, private sector at stakeholders mula sa gobyerno. Ang PYDP 2023-2028 ay isang komprehensibong roadmap para mas mabigyan ng kapangyarihan ng kabataan na mas maging aktibo sa social, economic at political development ng bansa. Nakalinya din ito sa socio-economic agenda at ambisyon natin 2040 ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Bukod dito ay nakabatay din ito sa 2030 Sustainable Development Goals na kumikilala sa mga kabataan bilang susi ng pagbabago. Giit ni PYDP Committee Chairperson at ASEC Rina Vivian Pineda, ang PYDP 2023-2028 ay isang mahalagang milestone para sa mga kabataang Pilipino.
Our Philippine Youth Development Plan 2023 to 2028 is the culmination of the concerted efforts of individuals and organizations who have come together to develop a guide that will lead the Filipino youth to a better future. The PYDP details strategies that will address various youth issues which are ready to be implemented by our government agencies, LGUs, youth organizations, and our civil society organizations, among others.
Samantala, humakot ang awards ang Land Bank of the Philippines sa isinagawang GOCC Awards at sila din ang itinanghal bilang Top 1 Performer GOCC para sa taong 2022. Nagsama-sama ang nasa 400 members ng governing boards and senior management of government-owned and controlled corporations para sa GOCC Governance Award Ceremony ngayong araw. Tumanggap din ng award ang PCSO, PAGCOR, SSS, GSIS at iba pa. Nagsilbing guest of honor sa aktibidad si Executive Secretary Lucas Bersamin. Mahigit 400 billion pesos anya ang naiambag ng mga GOCC sa pamahalaan na ginamit sa infrastructure projects, kalusugan, edukasyon at iba pa. Pinili ang mga top-performing GOCC sa pamamagitan ng kategoryang kinabibilangan ng Corporate Governance Scorecard Rating for Calendar Year 2022, CGS Hall of Fame Award, Performance Evaluation Scorecard o PES Rating for Calendar Year 2022 at Most Improved PES Rating for Calendar Year 2021 hanggang 2022.
It is beyond question that GOCCs are significant tools in ensuring inclusive economic growth and development. For 2022, the Bureau of Treasury recorded a total of 48.64 billion in dividends coming from 50 GOCCs that are covered by Republic Act number 10149.
Mas nagiging maliwanag pa ang pag-asa para sa ating mga kababayan sa Maguindanao del Sur. Ito ay dahil ang araw-araw na problema sa brownout ng mga residente doon malapit nang maresolba. Kung paano, alamin sa sentro ng balita ni Aurea Belguera ng PIA SOC Sergeant.
Mas maliwanag na hinaharap para sa mga residente ng Maguindanao del Sur ang inaasahan kasunod ng pagbisita ni Spanish Ambassador Miguel Delgado at NEA Administrator Antonio Mariano Almeda sa probinsya. Ito ang binigyang diin ng isang electric cooperative sa Maguindanao sa harap ng problema ng supply ng kuryente sa probinsya. Sa pamamagitan aniya ng pagtutulungan at epektibong paggamit ng renewable energy sources, inaasahang matutugunan na ang mga suliranin ng mga residente sa Maguindanao del Sur, hindi lang ngayon kundi maging sa susunod na henerasyon.
Target nila is the Maguindanao Electric Co-op. So isang malaking karangalan yun, no, sa taong bayan ng Maguindanao, especially to those member consumer owner para sa economic development ng ating bayan ng Maguindanao.
Nabatid na nasa 55% lang ang electric efficiency ng BARM dahilan kung bakit nakararanas ito ng power shortage at rotational brownout araw-araw. Kaugnay nito, target ng National Electrification Administration na matugunan ang suliranin ng BARM sa kakulangan ng sapat na supply ng kuryente sa pamamagitan ng pakikipagtulungan sa Espanya at iba't ibang electric cooperatives sa Mindanao.
It's my pleasure to come today with NEA, with our very good friend Mr. Almeda, to explore the possibilities to work in the electrical sector.
Siniguro naman ni Vice Governor Mig Timbang na bukas ang probinsya sa anumang tulong na makapagbibigay ng mas maginhawa at mabuting buhay para sa mga mamamayan nito.
Kailangan talaga namin ng magiging partner pagdating sa development at pagtulong sa mga constituent natin dito sa Maguindanao del Sur. Kami naman dito sa Maguindanao del Sur is kung sino po yung tutulong, sino yung dumating, is welcome na welcome po.
Kasama si Aida de la Cruz Agad, Aurea Maribel Hera ng PIA SOC Sergeant para sa bayan.
At yan ang sentro ng mga balita sa oras na ito. Hatid sa inyo mga konkretong impormasyon at serbisyong may aksyon. Ako po si Audrey Goriseta para sa bayan.
Ako naman po si Naomi Tiburcio para sa bayan. Magkikita tayong muli para himayin ang mga balitang tiyak na konektado ka.
At ako naman po si Angelique Lazo para sa bayan at Audrey and Naomi. 35 days na lamang at Pasko na. At hanggang bukas po muli dito lamang sa balanseng balitaan at napapanahong talakayan. Ito po ang
Sentro Balita.
Sa mabilis na takbo ng panahon, mahalaga sa amin ang maihatid sa inyo ang pinakabago at makabulahang impormasyon.
Mula rito sa Malacanang, Melalas
Kinilala ni Pangulong Ferdinand
Inihayag ni Remulla ngayong araw
150 billion pesos worth of investment pledges.
Kasama ang mga tapat nating tagapaghatid balita. Kahit saan, kahit kailan, kasama nyo ang PTV para sa bayan.
Huwag tayo maging dayuhan sa sarili nating bayan. Karamihan sa amin ay nag-asawa na lang, walang pinag-aralan, hindi po kami educated. Bakit ipinanganak ako na IP ako na parang walang mga opportunity na para sa amin?
Nagbabaon kami, kanin lang, ang ulam, bagoong, gano'n. Talagang wala nang kaya ang magulang ko.
Hango sa kwento ng mga totoong tao. Tahanan ng mga award-winning documentaries. Public Eye sa PTV.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Walang makapagsasabi kung ano ang mga numerong mananalo sa lahat ng PCSO games. Huwag maniwala sa mga text messages, liham o tawag sa telepono na nagsasabing magbibigay daw sila ng tip kapalit ng pera o cellphone load. Bumili ng ticket sa mga PCSO authorized outlets at PCSO branches bago ang actual draw.
Lotto Philippines! Isang maswerteng hapon po sa inyong lahat. Super excited na naman ang Lotto Barkada dahil 15 minutos na naman po tayong magsasama-sama. Simulan natin yan sa pamimigay ng cash regalo, hatid ng mga paborito ninyong digit games ngayong Lucky Monday, November 23, 2023. We only have 35 days to go before Christmas. At habang papalapit na ang Pasko, mas humahaba na ang pila sa mga Lotto outlets nationwide. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, huwag nang magpahuli pa. Araw-arawin na ang pagbili ng Lotto tickets. Malay nyo, isa na kayo sa mapasama sa umahabang listahan ng mga lucky winners sa darating na Pasko. Good luck po sa inyong lahat. Alright, let's get started! To witness and certify our Lotto Draw proceedings, let's welcome our Lotto Draw panel of judges from the gaming public. Also, here with us are the representatives from PCSO and the Commission on Audit. And to assist us with our draws, we have our PCSO Dream Team member. Good afternoon, ma'am. It's game time, Pilipinas! Aalamin na natin ang mga lucky 2 at 3 number combinations. Come on, and let's play your favorite Lotto games!
Sa isinagawang pre-draw procedures, natunghayan ng Lotto Draw Panel of Judges and Draw Representatives from the PCSO and the Commission on Audit ang mga paghahanda bago ang live Lotto draws. Sa pamamagitan ng machine inspection at machine testing, siniguro po na maayos ang kondisyon ng mga draw machines. Only the operation of the remote switch button ang may human intervention. Sa drawable case selection, 3 sets ang pinagpilian sa bawat game. Randomly, pumili ang chairperson ng isang set ng bola na gagamitin. Lahat po ng bola ay tinimbang para masiguro na halos pantay-pantay ang bigat ng bawat bola. Properly documented at covered po ng video ang bawat activity. Matapos pa siguro na ito'y kumpleto, ang draw team member ang maglo-load ng draw balls na gagamitin sa mga draws.
Narito na ang papremyo ng 2 numbers ninyo. For only 10 pesos, pwedeng manalo ng 4,000 pesos. Yan ay kung mag-match ang 2 numbers ninyo sa mapiling winning combination in exact order. Try nyo rin po ang Rambolito System Play kung saan 2,000 pesos ang naghihintay na panalo. Good luck to the Lotto players! Ayan! At nakapili na ang ating machines ng 2D Lotto winning numbers. For the first number, we have number 2. And the second number is 19. Again, our 2D Lotto winning combination for the 2 p.m. draw is 2 and 19 in exact order. Another cash regalo ang ipamimigay, and this time, ihatid yan ang 3D Lotto game. Let's play! Lotto players, ang bawat machine ay may draw balls numbered 0 to 9. 3 numbers nyo, 4,500 pesos ang katapat na premyo kapag nag-match sa mapipiling 3D Lotto winning combination in exact order. Pag Rambolito System Play naman kayo, 750 pesos or 1,500 pesos ang pwedeng mapanalunan. Ang papremyo ng 3D Lotto is every 2 p.m., 5 p.m., and 9 p.m. And here's our 3D Lotto winning combination. The first number is 4. The second number is 5. And the third number is 0. Recapping the 3D Lotto winning numbers for the 2 p.m. draw, we have 4, 5, and 0 in exact order. STL players, stay tuned dahil para sa inyo naman ang susunod na segment natin when we return.
Araw-araw, libo-libo ang papremyo. Araw-araw, 3 times a day, maaring manalo. Ang dali-dali lang maglaro at sumali dito. Favorite 2 numbers from 1 to 31 ang pagpipilian para sa 2D Lotto. At 3 numero naman from 0 to 9 for the 3D Lotto. Exciting prizes ang naghihintay sa inyo. So what are you waiting for? Sugod na sa Lotto outlets at araw-araw, let's play Lotto!
Na po ang ilang STL agents na gamitin ang national draw results para sa kanilang STL operations. Marami ang nagtatanong kung kasama ba ang kanilang lugar. Kaya, narito po ang ating listahan. Panoorin po natin. mula sa PCSO. Pag-usapan natin yan dito sa segment na What You Should Know. Lotto players, kung kayo po ay may mga Lotto tickets na nabili hanggang September 30, 2023, pwede na lamang po yung ipavalidate sa mga PCSO branch offices or dito sa PCSO main office. While tickets bought on October 1, 2023 onwards, pwede pong ipavalidate yan at any Lotto outlet nationwide, PCSO branches offices, or sa PCSO main office. At ang araw-araw po naming paalala, ang Lucky Pick 3 at Sweatres Hearing Facebook pages ay hindi po konektado sa PCSO. Pati na ang Pakiloto at Sure Lotto, hindi rin po sila gaming products ng PCSO. Tandaan, sa mga authorized Lotto outlets at authorized STL representatives lamang bumili ng inyong mga tickets para sure na legit ang games na sinasalihan ninyo. Samantala, patuloy pa rin ang PCSO sa paghahatid ng free medical and dental outpatient services para sa lahat. Dito po yan sa PCSO Main Office, Conservatory Building, Shaw Boulevard, Mandaluyong City. Mula alas 8 ng umaga hanggang alas 5 ng hapon, Lunes hanggang Biyernes. Don't forget to bring photocopies of your valid ID and vaccination cards dahil fully vaccinated individuals lamang ang makakatanggap ng serbisyo. Resulta ng kakatapos lang ng mga draws, uulitin po yan after this break.
Libreng konsulta ba ang hanap ninyo? Meron tayo niyan dito sa PCSO. Inihahandog ng PCSO Multi-Specialty Clinic ang free medical services para sa inyo. Tuwing Lunes, ready to serve you ang aming mga cardiologist and neuropsychiatrist mula alas 9 ng umaga hanggang alas 12 ng tanghali. Available naman ang ating mga ENT doctor and pulmonologist every Tuesday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. At pagsapit ng Miyerkules, pwede kayong kumonsulta sa aming mga gastroenterologist and endocrinologist. Sa mga may problema sa buto, handang maglingkod sa inyo ang aming orthopedic surgeon every Thursday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. At kung may problema sa inyong paningin, worry no more dahil ang ating ever-reliable ophthalmologist na ang bahala sa inyo. Tuwing araw yan ng Biyernes mula 2 p.m. hanggang 5 p.m. All these services are free, kaya bumisita na sa PCSO Multi-Specialty Clinic. Pero reminder lamang po, fully vaccinated individuals lamang ang makakapag-avail ng mga nasabing serbisyo. Kaya dalhin po ang inyong mga vaccination cards, pati na din ang inyong mga valid ID with photo. For your inquiries and appointments, tumawag lamang sa aming Medical Services Department sa telephone number 8846-8757.
For our late tuners, narito na po ang resulta para sa 2 p.m. draws. For the 2D Lotto, we have 2 and 19 in exact order. And for the 3D Lotto, we have 4, 5, and 0 in exact order. Congratulations, Lotto winners! 1 year lang po valid ang tickets nyo, kaya i-validate na po agad ang mga yan. Huwag na pong paabutin pa ng 1 taon dahil baka mawala or masira pa po, sayang naman. To know how to claim your prizes, panoorin po natin.
Napakasaya ng manalo, napakadali pang mag-claim ng premyo sa mga Lotto games ng PCSO. Kung isa ka sa pinalad na maging Lotto winner, isulat ang iyong pangalan at pirmahan ang likod ng inyong winning ticket. Kung 20 pesos hanggang 10,000 pesos ang napanalunan, maaaring i-claim ang inyong premyo sa kahit saang authorized Lotto outlet near you. And for winners of more than 10,000 pesos up to 300,000 pesos, you can claim your prizes at the nearest PCSO branch in your area and present 2 valid IDs. Kung ikaw naman ang super swerteng jackpot winner, dalhin lamang ang inyong winning ticket at 2 valid IDs sa PCSO Main Office, Shaw Boulevard, Mandaluyong City. Tandaan lamang, may 1 taon kayo mula sa petsa ng inyong pagkapanalo para makapag-claim ng inyong premyo. To all the winners, congratulations po!
Maraming nagtatanong tungkol sa Lotto. Maliban sa 20 pesos, swerte ang puhunan para maging instant milyonaryo. Oportunidad at pagkakataon ay di mabilang para makamit ang swerte. Tunay na pinagkakatiwalaan sa mga sulok ng mundo. Ano pang hinihintay ninyo? Sugod na sa mga Lotto outlets at bumili ng mga tickets ninyo. Para sa bayan, PCSO laging nandyan. Araw-araw, let's play Lotto!
Lotto players, first batch pa lang po ito ng papremyo. Mamayang 5 p.m, muli po tayong maglalaro ng 2D and 3D Lotto, kaya sa mga hindi sinwerte, may chance po ulit kayo later. Sa pagbili ng tickets, isabay na rin po ang para sa mga jackpot games natin mamayang gabi. Sa Mega Lotto 645, the estimated jackpot prize is 26 million pesos. While for the Grand Lotto 655 with 29.7 million pesos. Bukas, sa Lotto 642, the estimated jackpot prize is 10 million pesos. For Super Lotto 649, it's 155 million pesos. At sa lumalaking Ultra Lotto 658, with 145 million pesos. Kaya mga tickets po, huwag na huwag kalilimutan. Para po sa PCSO, ako po si Nika Bernardo ang nagsasabing may araw rin ang swerte mo.
Muli na namang kinilala ang ating mga programa sa 45th Catholic Mass Media Awards. Public Eye Special Citation for Best Public Service Program. Schoolmates Special Citation for Best News Magazine. Kadiwa ng Pasko Special Citation for Best Special Event Coverage. At Rise and Shine Pilipinas Special Citation for Best News Program. Maraming salamat po sa CMMA. Karangalan namin ang maghandog ng mga dekalidad na programa para sa bayan.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Pleasant greetings, y'all. Proud Filipina Charm Zespina here, who has a bucket list of wishes. Among them, a pleasure cruise to Alaska, America's last frontier, to hopefully lay eyes on a pod of orcas swimming up and down the surface, heading for their feeding grounds, and then watch a huge wall of ice from a glacier multiple stories high, breaking off and crashing into the sea below. But Alaska's vastness, which can fit in Texas, California, and Montana put together with plenty of room to spare of mostly untouched and unexplored wilderness, is why it is called America's last frontier. Hence, it is also the reason for why the U.S. military has maintained a significant presence there. Join VOA correspondent Carla Babb as she explores Alaska from up high inside a U.S. fighter jet in today's presentation, Alaska, America's Strategic Frontier.
This week on The Inside Story, Alaska, America's Strategic Frontier. Join us on a journey to the 49th state and see why the United States military has such a significant presence here. Strap into a fighter jet and learn about the American Missile Defense System. Plus, a look at Alaska's statehood and geography. Join us for The Inside Story, Alaska, America's Strategic Frontier.
Hello, I'm Carla Babb reporting at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson in Alaska, America's last frontier. For many Americans, the mystery surrounding the state stems from its remote location on the northernmost tip of the continent. Alaska borders no other U.S. state attached to the continent through a border with Canada. Much of the state is a frozen tundra seated above the Arctic Circle, with lots of wilderness and few people. It's also big. How big? Texas was the biggest U.S. state before Alaska was admitted, and you can fit all of Texas inside Alaska with plenty of room to spare. And U.S. officials say it's precisely that size and location that provide many strategic advantages for American national security. That's why American troops have operated in Alaska since before it became a state. That's why growing threats from Russia and China have the U.S. military looking not just east, but north. And that's why major changes are sweeping across several of the bases in Alaska. VOA gained exclusive access to take you inside some of the advantages and challenges at each of these bases, starting with the northernmost, Eielson Air Force Base near the Arctic Circle. But the best way to show you Eielson's multi-billion-dollar transformation isn't here on the ground. Follow me into the sky.
Here we go.
Soaring in an F-16.
All right, here comes Afterburner.
At the top of the world, backseat with the U.S. Air Force. Over America's last frontier, Alaska.
All right.
At times flying faster than the speed of sound.
We are now supersonic.
An F-35, America's newest stealth jet. Beside us, a sea of snow-covered peaks below.
15,000.
The tallest in North America, the majestic Denali nearby.
Beautiful, isn't it?
My pilot, Major Lloyd Wright, call sign Bond, has navigated these skies for the last 7 years.
I've flown a lot of places in the world, and this is like the best airspace in the entire planet. It's absolutely a national treasure.
But American fighter jets aren't here for the views.
The military calls this strategic airspace. We've just arrived at the Arctic Circle, and from here, fighter jets can reach anywhere in the Northern Hemisphere in a single flight.
And it's hard to understand that looking at a normal map that stretches Alaska out over the top of the map. But when you look at a globe, it becomes very apparent how close we are to really anything in the Northern Hemisphere.
Europe is just across the Arctic Ocean. Mainland Alaska is less than 100 kilometers from Russia. And Asia just across the Pacific.
We're closer to the Indo-Pacific than they are sitting in Hawaii.
With growing fears of Chinese and North Korean attacks. A few years ago, the Defense Department was looking to close most of Eielson.
DoD argued that the cost to operate and maintain Eielson was expensive due to the environment and the climate in Alaska, and ultimately they proposed a major realignment.
Airspace larger than Florida, right here in Alaska, right behind me. And all of that was on the chopping block.
Alaska Senator Dan Sullivan tells VOA the people of Fairbanks, the city closest to Eielson, pushed back. So did an independent commission set up to evaluate the Pentagon's proposed base changes.
Because they found that it wouldn't actually generate the original savings expected. The Commission also argued that Eielson was important as an airbase because it has great air ranges and extensive complexes.
After downsizing, Eielson failed to take off. The Air Force did a 180, ordering its training squadron of F-16s to stay put, while deciding in 2016 to add not one, but 2 new squadrons of F-35s. 6 years and 54 of these F-35s later, Eielson is a combat-ready base equipped to fight at a moment's notice. These combat aircraft are worth about $5 billion, and the Pentagon has spent an additional $600 million building more runways, more hangars, more fuel tanks, more upgrades to accommodate the new jets and new people.
Case in point, it's always busy here. There's only ever about 20 minutes where there's not airplanes flying around right here.
But keeping these aircraft and the base operating in the Arctic is a struggle. Temperatures soar to 80 degrees Fahrenheit or 26 degrees Celsius in summer and dip to 50 below zero in winter.
We have challenges just keeping that equipment running because it was never designed to work in temperatures that are so extreme.
Fortunately for the Air Force, there's one thing that works great in cold weather: giant supercomputers.
So believe it or not, the aircraft themselves, like you said, are supercomputers, right? Computers operate really well in the cold. However, the cold brings a lot of challenges as far as just taxiing aircraft on the flight line as well. Negative 40 below is quite the experience when it comes to tow jobs. Even touching metal outside burns your hands. Like it's absolutely insane.
So here's one of the colder weather jackets here.
And even with proper clothing, at about negative 20, air crews can only stay outside 10 minutes before having to warm up inside 50 minutes.
So an hour's job takes 6 people, what would normally take 1 person to do in an hour.
Spring and summer bring their own extremes. During our visit, falling snow turned the base into a swamp. The sound of pumps competing with the jet engines. And operating on top of the world also means operating at the end of the supply line. So airmen must find new ways for resourcing essentials like jet fuel.
We're very unique in the sense that we're pretty much self-sufficient off the state of Alaska. So we actually pull our fuel off the Alaskan pipeline, the crude. It's refined in North Pole and then pumped directly to the base.
Lieutenant Colonel Adam Starkey runs logistics.
We're looking at about just over 100,000 parts for the F-35. This has certainly been the most challenging job I've had in the Air Force. It's been a big learning curve putting F-35s in the Arctic and kind of figuring out what those challenges are.
The last 2 jets landed here in April, just in time, Sullivan says, to deter Russia's power plays.
They've been doing bear bomber missions. We've had to scramble more F-22s to go intercept those bombers, probably more than any other time since the mid-1980s. So they're aggressive here too. And the only thing that Putin understands, the only thing in my view that Xi Jinping understands in this new era of authoritarian aggression is power.
The new F-35s at Eielson, combined with the F-22s at a base in Anchorage, give Alaska more than 100 combat-ready 5th-generation fighters. That's more stealth air power than anywhere else on the globe. There's a saying everyone at Eielson knows, from the godfather of the Air Force. In 1935, General Billy Mitchell told Congress, "Whoever holds Alaska will hold the world." I think it is the most important, strategic place in the world. More than 85 years later, Eielson's expansion amid Arctic extremes illustrate how the state continues to be a linchpin of America's defense. Frigid and frosty are 2 ways to describe Alaska's environment in the winter and the challenges it poses for the Pentagon. Let me give you a little more background about Alaska, its people, and its wildlife.
In the White House, President Eisenhower signs the proclamation that makes Alaska's entry into the Union official.
January 3, 1959, Alaska joins the U.S. as the 49th state. Flag makers quickly got to work adding an extra star in a 7x7 pattern. Alaska is the largest of the 50 states, boasting nearly 1.5 million square kilometers of territory, despite having a population about the same as Washington, D.C., which covers only a fraction at about 176 square kilometers. Its capital city, Juneau, is roughly 6,000 kilometers from the nation's capital. Alaska is also home to a handful of military bases and is of strategic importance given its proximity to Northeast Asia. An 88-kilometer stretch of water separates Alaska from Russia, which sold the territory to the United States in 1868 for just $7.2 million. The 49th state is home to more than 1,000 vertebrate species, some of which have been at the center of political battles over oil drilling in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Alaska is known as America's last frontier for its remote location and vastly unsettled land. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News.
With Russia's invasion of Ukraine, U.S. allies fear Russia or other aggressors like China or North Korea could attack them as well. It's a threat the American military is constantly training for, especially in Alaska. Let's return to Eielson Air Force Base for a first-hand look at how the U.S. military prepares.
Good morning, Mig.
Back in the air with the U.S. Air Force. We are flying at NATO's western flank with Russia, in what is also the closest U.S. state to Beijing. Both now brandishing their power. Russia invading Ukraine, China threatening war over Taiwan.
It's not just great power competition, it's authoritarian, dictatorship aggression. And Alaska can play a huge role in making sure we're ready for it.
To prepare, war games. Eielson Air Force Base hosts multiple Red Flag Alaska exercises each year, training thousands of U.S. forces, along with allies from across the globe.
So to this flag, we have Canada and we have the United Kingdom. This year, we're incorporating Singapore, and we'll bring in New Zealand and Australia.
Once here, trainees face a fierce team known as the 18th Aggressor Squadron. The team includes my pilot, Major Lloyd Wright, call sign Bond, donning communist red stars from shoulder to helmet.
Usually pretending to be Chinese, Russian, North Korean airplanes.
It's kind of fun being the bad guy.
Big 4, break left turn, bandit. 7 o'clock.
Back in the air, the dogfight is on.
We found him.
It's a team of American F-35s against Bond and the rest of the MiGs.
MiG-2, MiG-1, right.
A tongue-in-cheek reference to the Russian-made MiG fighters.
I am doing my best to do the tactics and all the airframe abilities and disabilities of our adversaries. And we're going to try and bomb the F-35's defended asset list. You want to pull some G's?
Yes.
Because here we go.
Alaska is more than double the size of Texas, with a population only about the size of Washington, D.C. So pilots have most of this last frontier airspace all to themselves.
Yeah, so during Red Flag, we'll fly down these like river valleys. They'll fly down these river valleys. And so it's really fun to try and like find a expensive game of hide and seek, laser tag you've ever heard of.
Bingo. Bingo.
The weapons in Red Flag are not real,
Staff, flare.
but the responses mimic real combat.
Musket 2, copy kill.
Big 4, copy kill.
You're dead.
They just turned into a big ball of flame.
We just died.
Red Flag planner Lieutenant Colonel Greg Hunger says the training gives the U.S. and allies a chance to identify their vulnerabilities.
So the problems they occur, usually we see week 1 get fixed in week 2, so that if they went to combat week 3, those things are all resolved.
And with worries Russia could be inching the globe to the brink of World War III, Base Commander Colonel David Birkeland, who spent his more than 20-year career flying both the F-16 and the F-35, says Eielson's strategic importance is growing.
It just makes everything that goes on here at Eielson that much more real, much more relevant, I think, to the global situation.
A real motivation for these exercises to continue. The U.S. views the Arctic as a growing area of competition with Russia and China, particularly as climate change brings warmer temperatures that open economic and military valuable sea lanes for longer periods of time. But officials have acknowledged that the U.S. lags behind those nations. So the U.S. Army has revamped its forces in Alaska, raising a new 11th Airborne Division to better prepare for future cold weather conflicts. The change will replace Alaska's Heavy Striker Brigade with a light infantry unit better suited for operating in the Arctic. I sat down with Army Chief of Staff General James McConville on the day he stood up the division at Fort Wainwright and here at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson to discuss what the new division will bring.
Well, I think soldiers are really excited about becoming the 11th Airborne Division. I think it's given them an identity, it's given them a purpose, and for soldiers that really matters. The 11th Airborne Division has a really proud history of valor and also innovation, and valor during World War II. And so these soldiers will have an identity of living up to the legacy of those who've gone before them, those who fought in the Philippines during World War II. And we'll have an airborne brigade and an air assault brigade that's very good at warfighting in the Arctic.
This is the first time that an airborne division has been stood up in nearly 70 years. So people are looking at the Army and asking, why now?
Well, I think it's about the mission. We want to have a brigade that has a forced entry airborne capability, and we also want to have a brigade that can do air assault operations in the Arctic, but also maneuver in the Arctic with the appropriate equipment.
Is there going to be any new additional funding? Is there going to be savings from the strikers that can be used to provide new equipment?
They're going to get the brand new, most modern cold weather gear that's imaginable. In fact, we want to test them. We're in the process of getting what we call CAT-Vs, which is cold weather all-terrain vehicles that are designed to operate in the snow, in the extreme weather, and they're going to be the first ones to get those type of vehicles. So we're getting them the equipment they need, we're getting the weapon systems they need, and we're bringing that together, and that's going to happen over the next couple of really years to make sure that they have what they need to do the job in this environment.
I want to switch just a little bit and talk about the new Arctic strategy. Very important where we are right here. And as I was reading it, I was struck by the title. The title is Regaining Arctic Dominance.
That's right.
And that implies that the United States does not have Arctic dominance at this point. Is that fair?
Well, I wouldn't say it's quite like that. We just, what we're starting to see as some of the ice melts, there's a lot more competition up in the Arctic. And what we want to make sure is we have the units that are fully prepared to compete. And so having military units that can operate in this environment, that exude strength, that can work with our allies and partners is one of the ways we get to peace, and that's what we want.
Lawmakers and even military officials have said that Russia and China have a little bit of an advantage. Do you see that as well?
Well, I don't, but I don't want to have a sense of hubris that we plan for the worst and hope for the best, and so I want to make sure that our units are really highly trained, they're disciplined, they're fit, and they're ready to operate in this environment, and that's what this is all about.
And you said something at the ceremony today. You told the soldiers winning matters. It's the last thing that you said. And so the expectation is not that the soldiers just succeed in the Arctic, but they dominate.
That's right.
How long is that going to take?
It's going to take months to get rid of the strikers and get the new equipment in, but these are tough soldiers, and the mindset that we want them to have is when we send a unit somewhere, we're not sending them to participate, we're not sending them to try hard, we're sending them to win, because there's no second place or honorable mention in combat. And if you're strong, you tend to avoid combat because no one wants to fight you, and that's what we want with our forces.
Russia has been very aggressive with its invasion of Ukraine. They have been bullying Finland and Sweden over their application to join NATO. And should we have to come to Finland's or Sweden's aid, would this division, this Arctic capable division, be among those leading the charge?
If we require brigade-type forces that are highly trained in Arctic warfighting, it only makes sense that these would be the ones. So it just gives our leaders options on the type of forces that they want to employ. And also you have the capability of having an airborne brigade that can do forced entries into extreme weather, into mountainous conditions, into high altitude situations. And so if the senior leadership needs that type of capability, we can offer it.
As somebody who's been up here multiple times, when you look at the cost, the physical cost, the financial cost of keeping bases running up here in the extreme cold, and how that compares to the benefits, what do you tell Pentagon maintaining these bases up here in the Arctic?
Absolutely. I think, first of all, this is a strategic location that we should have joint forces, which we do, and it's also a great place to train. So I think this is absolutely something we need for the future.
One of the biggest military concerns about Russia and China is their nuclear weapons stockpile. The U.S., Russia, and China all keep enough nuclear weapons in their arsenals to end civilization. Should Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping decide to launch hundreds of nuclear weapons, the U.S. military could not stop all of them. It could only fire back, likely leading to mutual assured destruction of all parties. But the U.S. can defend against a limited nuclear attack from a rogue nation like North Korea. A looming threat as Pyongyang this year tested its first ICBM since 2017 and continues a provocative streak in weapons demonstrations. We take you inside 2 military bases in Alaska, key to that defense.
Implement site reporting. Implement site reporting.
This is clear. Stand by for site reporting. Have you received an LMPI?
A presumed intercontinental ballistic missile, an ICBM, just launched from North Korean territory. Space-based radar sound the alarm. Now, this team at Clear Space Force Station in Alaska must quickly verify it with their ground-based radar.
System status. System stable.
Copy and concur. This is clear. Site report is valid. Number of objects is 1.
This North Korea launch is just a drill, declassified for VOA to show how Clear Space Force Station serves as a virtual detection shield.
We like to say that we're the 300 on this base protecting the 300 million.
But Deputy Base Commander Major Dave Kim tells me those launches are part of life here. With North Korea firing 16 ballistic missiles this year, including an ICBM test that Clear confirmed in March.
We're watching them 24/7. We see what they do. I like to describe this job as a no-fail mission. There is zero room for error. Absolutely not.
ICBM payloads separate in space, creating complex debris fields. The Space Force Station's current ground-based radar can track space objects up to 5,000 kilometers away. But the image isn't clear, making it difficult to pick out an incoming warhead. So the U.S. government built a $1.5 billion tool for its tracking arsenal, the new Long-Range Discrimination Radar, or LRDR. VOA got a rare look inside LRDR. The technology in these panels, officials say, make it the most sophisticated radar on the planet.
LRDR is able to look into that adversarial threat cloud and differentiate which object is the warhead that we want to hit. If I could compare it to anything, it would be watching regular TV versus 4K or 8K.
But tracking alone won't stop a missile.
We have to do a hit to kill, and that's something we can do.
Lieutenant Colonel Chris Stutz commands the Missile Defense Battalion at Fort Greely, Alaska, overseeing soldiers who protect 40 of these ICBM killing missiles, known as ground-based interceptors, in silos deep underground.
We'll see that incoming threat, and if we are authorized to engage it, our weapons system will send a task plan, if you will, to however many missiles that we need to service that incoming threat. These clamshells will explode open and that missile will launch.
To date, interceptors have hit just 10 of 19 targets, a 53% success rate. But Ian Williams of the Center for Strategic and International Studies calls that misleading.
If you actually drill down, right, a lot of the tests failures were in very early prototype models that are not the models that are currently deployed today. In fact, if you look at the kill vehicle models that are on the interceptors today, there's only been one failure.
The government just constructed 20 new silos here. VOA is the first news outlet to go inside one. Take a look at this. This is the inside of one of the new missile silos that's going to house the next generation interceptor. Those should be operational around 2028, and they're going to be a more advanced version of the current interceptors here at Fort Greely. The biggest advancement, each new next generation interceptor, or NGI, housed here will have multiple kill vehicles, the part of the missile used to take out a warhead.
And what that means is, by having multiple kill vehicles on one interceptor, you don't have to fire as many interceptors at a single object.
A reassurance as threats from North Korea continue. And these bases, nestled in the Alaskan wilderness, remain America's last line of defense. That's all the time we have for now in Alaska. Stay up to date on Facebook and Instagram at VOA News. Read more about our trip inside Alaska's military significance on voanews.com and follow me on Twitter at CarlaBabVOA. See you next week on The Inside Story.
That's a wrap for today. Hope you came out more enlightened as much as we did. We look forward to joining us again for the next Inside Story offering. And here's reminding you all to work hard and dream big. Count those blessings and be kind, and catch the news right here. This has been Sharm Zespina for Stories from the Grid.
Nakita na ang PTV Balita ngayon. Niyanig ng magnitude 5.6 na lindol ang lalawigan ng Samar. Pasado alas 12 kanina nang maitala ang sentro ng lindol sa silangan ng Calbiga. Ayon sa FIVOGS, may lalim ito na 77 kilometers at tectonic ang origin. Samantala, naramdaman ang intensity 5 sa Catbalogan City, Samar, habang intensity 4 naman sa Palo, Leyte. Patuloy na pinag-iingat ang mga residente sa posibleng aftershocks. Nakipagpulong si Agriculture Secretary Francisco Chu Laurel Jr. sa mga gobernador mula sa top 10 rice-producing provinces sa bansa. Pinag-usapan sa pulong ang mga paraan kung paano mapapalakas ang produksyon ng bigas, mababawasan ang pag-i-import at maibababa ang presyo sa merkado. Tiniyak naman ni Laurel na kukonsultahin ang lahat ng grupo para makamit ang hangarin ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. para sa food security, abot kayang presyo ng agricultural products at mapalakas ang sektor ng agrikultura. Nagbunga ng mahigit $672 million na pangakong pamumuhunan ang pagdalo ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa APEC Summit at iba pang aktibidad sa San Francisco, California. Kabilang dito ang $400 million para sa telecommunications sector, $250 million sa semiconductor at electronics, $20 million sa pharmaceutical at healthcare, $2 million sa artificial intelligence at nasa $300,000 sa renewable energy. Ayon sa Presidential Communications Office, nakakuha din ng commitment ang Pangulo para sa technological advancement ng ilang sektor tulad ng deployment ng unang 2 internet micro-geo satellites na para lamang sa Pilipinas. Samantala, alamin natin ang ibang balita mula kay Jessie Atienza ng PTV Cebu.
Daghang salamat na Yumi og maayong adlaw. Ambassador of India to the Philippines, miduaw sa Sugbo alang sa India Business Roadshow Cebu 2023. Mas bikusog ang economic relations sa nasod sa India ug Pilipinas. Sa milabayng fiscal year, adunay nakarehistrong trade volume in surplus nga 3 bilyones ka dolyar. Giorganisa ang Cebu Roadshow sa India Business Forum uban sa Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Diinsud sa duha ka adlaw, nag-abot ang mga anaa sa business sector nga mga Indian ug mga Sugboanon. Dinapit sab sa kalihukan ang Ambassador of India to the Philippines na si His Excellency Shambhu Kumaran nga mainiton nga gidawat sa mga Sugboanong negosyante ug mga leader. Gihingusgan sa India ang ilang suporta ug economic relations sa mga Sugboanon ingon man sa tibok nasod.
Cebu, because I think this is a center of trade, industry and commerce in the Philippines, and because we believe that the region of Cebu and the entire Visayas will be an engine of growth in the future. As you know, India's economy is powering ahead. We are the fastest growing major economy in the world. We'll continue to be so because, like the Philippines, we have a young and dynamic population. And we also have a growing ambition, like in the Philippines, to develop our nation and take it forward.
The theme of collaborate beyond trade resonates deeply as we explore the incredible potential that lies within the heart of this beautiful city. Cebu is often referred to as the Queen City of the South. And as I have previously mentioned, Cebu prides itself to actually be being the melting pot of different traditions that have grown and evolved through the centuries.
Samtang sa laing bahin nagsugod na ang pagparehistro sa mga vessels alang sa mga boat musalmot sa fluvial procession nga kabahin sa kasaulugan sa Pesta Senior. Kini ang gibutyag sa kadagkuan sa Philippine Coast Guard Station Central Cebu nga mao'y nagduma sa seguridad sa fluvial procession. Usa kini sa labing giatangan og dagsaon sa mga deboto ni Senyor Santo Niño matag kapistahan. Giklaro sa Philippine Coast Guard nga gidili ang pagbiyahe og apil sa mga gagmay nga mga motorbangka tungod dali kini magkaproblema ug aron di kini makabalda sa ruta sa fluvial parade.
Yung regarding po sa Sinulog is nag-start na po tayo ng ating registration last November 15 po. So nag-declare na po tayo. It will be a 40 days registration period po at matatapos pa ito ng January 5. So kailangan lang po natin dalhin dito yung ating CPC, yung Certificate of Public Convenience. And at the same time po, ang pwede lang po sumama rito is yung mga vessels na 3 gross tonnage hanggang 300 gross tonnage. Yun po yung mga naging problema po natin, yung mga maliliit na bangka kasi bumibigay po yung mga makina, nagko-conk off, kaya yun po yung mga naghihinder po sa flow ng procession.
At yan ang mga huling balita mula sa PTV Cebu. Ako si Jessie Atienza. Balik sa inyo, Naomi.
Daghang salamat, Jessie Atienza. At yan ang mga balita sa oras na ito. Para sa iba pang update, i-follow at i-like kami sa aming social media accounts at PTVPH. Ako po si Naomi Tiburcio. Magandang hapon.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiservisyo. Kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In the Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 12 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeliest news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV. Susunod sa On Assignment. Pasukin natin ang mundo ng alternative learning system para sa mga kababayan nating PDL o bilanggo.
Marami po ako natutunan dahil sa pag-aaral ko po sa ALS.
Sa edukasyon, walang diskriminasyon. Ipagpatuloy lang nila yung kanilang naupisahan at sinasabi ko lagi sa kanila na magpursige sa kanilang pangarap.
At kamustahin natin ang kalagayan ng ating mga senior citizen at ang mga programang nakalaan para sa kanila.
Yan, pinupugyan talaga sa senior. Yung pera. Araw-araw ginagasto namin. Hindi mo pwede mag-anak at maanak dahil sa pamilya rin sila.
Sa gobyerno natin, maraming salamat. At least sabi nga, nandiyan yung programa. Nandiyan yung mga programa. Hari nawa sana kung ano yung mga programa tatanggap namin. Sana ingatan natin, pangalaga natin, palaguin natin.
On assignment, ngayong Lunes, alas 8 ng gabi, dito sa inyong People's Television.
Saan mapapanood ang PTV?
Sa bawat sulok ng Pilipinas.
Reaching millions of Filipinos across the country through the power of terrestrial TV.
Abot na abot namin ang mga Pilipino para sa tapat na balita at impormasyon.
Dito'y Cordillera, kan intero ang Luzon. Da kami, di mapangnamnamaan.
Sa aton sa Visayas, wala kami mapugong sa pagpaabot sa unsang hitabo.
Dini sa saad ng yuta, Mindanao, PTV, pirmi maminaw para sa paghatod sa balita.
Broadcasting in Luzon, PTV4 Manila, PTV8 Cordillera, PTV4 Naga, and PTV4 Palawan. In the Visayas, PTV11 Cebu, PTV10 Dumaguete, PTV2 Guimaras, PTV8 Tacloban, and PTV12 Calbayog. And in the heart of Mindanao, PTV11 Davao City, PTV8 Cotabato, PTV7 Zamboanga, PTV11 Sibugay, PTV11 Pagadian, PTV48 Davao del Norte, and PTV8 Agusan del Sur. PTV Regional Network, buong katapatang naghahatid ng balitang maaasahan para sa inyong pambansang TV. Tatlong bagong programang sumasalamin sa kwento ng Pilipino. Mapapanood na sa inyong People's Television.
Mr. President, what do you do every day? Maraming bagay naman talaga na ginagawa ng isang Pangulo na hindi alam ng publiko. Kaya dito ko na lang sasagutin sa vlog yung katanungan na yan.
The Philippine President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., like you've never seen him before, on BBM Vlog.
Madami na ako nakitang picture ng beach at iba pang lugar sa Pilipinas. Pero ngayon ko lang talaga masasabi. Ang ganda pala talaga ng Pinas, no?
Tunghayan ang mga nakakaantig na istorya ng buhay ng mga ordinaryong Pilipino sa On the Ground.
Ang oras ng pagpapatrol ko sa dagat, alas 8 ng gabi.
10 taong gulang pa lamang ako nang matuto akong magpayot.
Ako pala si Alvin Cristobal. Isa po akong mandarame.
At sumabay sa pagbuo ng mga bagong pangarap, katuwang ang mga programa ng pamahalaan para sa isang bagong Pilipinas.
Tinupad niyo po yung pangarap namin. Na ang pangarap po namin ay pangarap niyo rin po pala para sa aming mga mahihirap.
BBM Vlog, On the Ground, Bagong Pilipinas. Mapapanood na dito lang sa PTV, ang pambansang TV.
Sa oras ng himala, mararanasan ang tunay na himala.
Paano na naman po yung cancer?
Nakakita na po ako talaga.
Ang himala po rito totoo.
May himala sa oras ng himala!
At labis na mapapagpala na pinangungunahan ni Apostol Renato D. Carillo.
Pilipinas! Si Kristo ay tagapagligtas ninyo at dakila niyong manggagamot.
Mapapanood araw-araw dito sa PTV4.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the arrival of the official party. The director of the Daniel K. Inouye Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies, Rear Admiral retired Pete Gumatataw, and the 17th President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos, Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Aloha and e como mai. Welcome to the 6th iteration of the Daniel K. Inouye Speaker Series. My name is Pete Gumatataw. I am the director of the Daniel K. Inouye Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies. And we are so honored here at the center to co-sponsor this event along with our fellow co-hosts, the DKI Institute, as well as the DKI APCSS Foundation. I would like to start by recognizing some of our distinguished attendees. First, we're very proud to have the President of the Republic of the Philippines, a treaty ally of the United States, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos, Jr., as our distinguished speaker. President Marcos' participation in the DKI Speaker Series is fitting, given the Philippines' significant relationship with the United States as a mutual defense treaty ally. His perspective as a leader is instrumental in fostering security, stability, and prosperity in the region. We are very excited that the people of Hawaii and others will benefit from his insights today. Also with His Excellency, our senior officials from the Philippines, to include the Armed Forces of the Philippines Chief of Staff, General Browner. I call him out because he is a DKI APCSS alumni. So to all of the officials from the Philippines, welcome e como mai. I would also like to recognize other distinguished visitors in the audience. Admiral Aquilino and Mrs. Aquilino, Admiral Paparo and Mrs. Paparo, Congressman Case, Congresswoman Takuda, Senator De La Cruz, Senator Aquino, the Consul General from the Philippines, Emilio Fernandez, along with all the Consul Generals from countries in the Indo-Pacific as well as around the world that are here today. I also want to give a shout out to Lieutenant General retired Fig Leaf, who was the former director here at APCSS, also to Major General retired Susie Veras Lum, the president of the East-West Center, ambassadors, flag officers, general officers, and other distinguished guests, and to the ladies and gentlemen that are here at the center, a warm aloha to all of you. Thank you for coming, as well as those that are up on Zoom and in YouTube from across the Indo-Pacific region, including many of our distinguished alumni and local Hawaii community leaders. So for everyone, the Speaker Series started in 2018 as a collaborative effort by 3 institutions to honor the legacy of the late Senator Daniel K. Inouye by sharing with the local community and others around the region his vision to foster a security environment that's characterized by mutual understanding, cooperation, and peace. In short, promoting a free and prosperous environment for future generations to enjoy. I would now like to take this opportunity to invite my 2 co-hosts, Ms. Jennifer Sabas and Mr. Jerry Sumida, to provide a few opening remarks.
Aloha and good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of the Daniel K. Inouye Institute, thank you all so much for coming. It is an honor to serve as a co-host for the lecture series. And Mr. President, welcome. I'm sure you know that your dad and Senator Inouye had an amazing friendship and a long-standing relationship that was mutually beneficial to our two countries. So it is only most fitting that you are in this place that he had intended for all of our international partners to gather and to share their insights. So welcome, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Mr. President, distinguished members of this gathering, my name is Jerry Sumida, and I'm the president of the Foundation for the Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies. The foundation was established almost during the early days of this center in order to provide two things. One is support, financial and otherwise, for the center and its programs, and secondly, to help broaden the reach of the center into the broader communities in Hawaii. Hawaii, as you know, is in the center of this particular region, the Pacific region, and has always striven to play a major role in this particular part of the globe, with its importance increasing on a daily basis. And as you know, Hawaii and the Philippines have a very, very strong historical tradition, historical and cultural tradition. So we are very pleased to join with the center and with our colleagues at Daniel K. Inouye Institute to sponsor this program, and also welcome you and hope you have a very pleasant journey here, and we look forward to your remarks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, Jerry. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, it is now my great honor to introduce our distinguished speaker for this afternoon, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos, Jr.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. The Director of the DKI APCSS, Director Pete Gumatauta, the DKI Institute Director, Jennifer Sabas, the APCSS Foundation President, Gerald Sumida, Her Excellency Mary Kay Carlson, the U.S. Ambassador to the Philippines, the U.S. Indo-PACOM Commander, Admiral John Aquilino, members of the Philippine delegation, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And I think the traditional greeting is aloha.
Aloha.
I am very pleased to be able to speak with you today here, especially since it is a particular pleasure that I am here at the Daniel Inouye Center. As has been mentioned, Senator Inouye was a great friend of my father, and equally importantly, a great friend of the Philippines. As a matter of fact, one of his last acts in Congress that involved the Philippines was that he was able to finally arrange for the back pay of the so-called Bolo men that fought together with the Americans during the Second World War. And I wrote him a letter, and he responded to me, and we were both very, very pleased and just a little bit sorry that my father was not here, was not around to note what had been achieved and what he had been working for since the end of the last war. So this event caps the 6-day, 3-city working visit to the United States, which I have just undertaken. It is my third visit since I assumed the presidency in 2022. This Honolulu leg is, of course, a bit of a special one for many reasons. First of all, Hawaii is home to a significant number of Filipinos and Filipino Americans, many of whom, the original immigrant workers, came from my home province or my home region of Ilocos Norte, which is the northern part of the Philippines. The Ilocos-Hawaii connection began here with our so-called sakadas, or workers, arriving in 1906 as plantation workers. And then, as events conspired, Filipinos were also fighting shoulder to shoulder with American soldiers during the war. Today, Honolulu hosts the headquarters of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. The long-standing partnership between the armed forces of the Philippines and the Indo-PACOM have resulted in enhanced coordination, interoperability, and individual and joint defense capabilities. This is to ensure that we both uphold our commitment to our treaty alliance, especially in the face of growing and evolving regional and global challenges to our security. It's no coincidence that I spent this morning, before coming here, with Admiral John Aquilino. We had a very productive and useful exchange on regional developments and the critical role of the Philippine-U.S. alliance to promote peace and to safeguard the international law-based order, to ensure resilient, sustainable, and inclusive growth for our economies and our communities. It is the third visit that I have made to the United States since becoming president. And in this visit, I have had the privilege to speak about my vision for the Philippines and the world through the platforms provided by the Asia Society in New York, the CSIS in Washington, and now here in the APCSS here in the Aloha State. My message has always been firm, simple, and clear. The Philippines will continue to be an engaged and responsible neighbor and partner, always finding ways to collaborate with the end goal of mutually beneficial outcomes, namely peace, stability, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region. It is through working together, guided by the rules-based international order, that we can ensure an environment that will allow our countries and our peoples to prosper. That has been the raison d'etre for my foreign policy of peace. There are many challenges, however, in the roads towards that peaceful and prosperous future that we envision. Signs of another nuclear and space arms race are hovering over us. We are caught between the dual challenge of opportunity presented by advanced and emerging technologies, chief of which, of course, is AI. Smaller countries like the Philippines are grappling with the need to enhance our security capabilities alongside allies and partners and amidst larger regional players. So allow me this afternoon to speak more specifically about the two challenges that I believe are the most crucial to our common aspirations now. Number one is securing the peace in the West Philippine Sea. The Indo-Pacific region, particularly the West Philippine Sea, is in the middle of a global geopolitical transformation and has become an arena of normative contestation. Tensions in the West Philippine Sea are growing, with persistent unlawful threats and challenges against Philippine sovereign rights and jurisdiction over our exclusive economic zone and the continental shelf. Actions that violate obligations under international law, particularly the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, and the 2002 Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea. Our regular routine and resupply missions at Ayungin Shoal are subjective to coercive tactics and dangerous maneuvers of Coast Guard and maritime militia vessels in the West Philippine Sea, putting the lives of our people at risk and challenging the rule of law in that has defined our baselines, our economic zone, and the maritime territory of the Philippines. There is rampant, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing and militarization of reclaimed features in the South China Sea. There have been recent missions to Escoda and Romulo Reef, which revealed a direct correlation between the presence of maritime militia vessels and reef damage in those features. If only for that, the impact on biodiversity and the environment I'm afraid, are assessed as possibly already irreversible. This imperils livelihoods, this imperils the future generations of Filipinos. So I have said it before, and I will say it again. The Philippines will not give a single square inch of our territory to any foreign power. The law is clear, as defined by the UNCLOS, and the final and binding 2016 award on the South China Sea arbitration. Supported by the rules-based international order and our growing partnerships, both time-tested and new ones, we will insist on the preservation of the sovereignty and integrity of the country, while working closely with international partners in the bilateral, regional, and multilateral settings in developing rules and processes to address these challenges. We appreciate certainly the concrete manifestations of the U.S. and the growing number of our other partners in support for the Philippine position. The strong, factual messaging in support of our lawful exercise of our rights under international law, and which will call out recent incidents in our EEZ. It demonstrates the strength of our alliance and partnership and challenges attempts to perpetuate false narratives. That has become a very important front in all of these events that are happening in and around the Philippines. But unfortunately, rhetoric is not enough. We need to upgrade our defense and civilian law enforcement capabilities, not only to defend ourselves, but also to enable us to become a reliable partner in promoting and guaranteeing regional security. That will require greater substantial infusions into funding streams needed for our armed forces and Coast Guard modernization plans, including lines of effort to enhance cyber cooperation. I am optimistic from our recent engagement with our American counterparts, including U.S. legislatures and certainly in the executive department, to elevate our partnership and dedicate resources to match our commitments. Over the past week, our teams have been working on a bilateral planning and tracking mechanism that is expected to accelerate concrete and substantial capability development investments and activities in order to meet our shared defense and security objectives over the next 5 years. Our defense secretaries also just met in Jakarta on the sidelines of the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus to discuss efforts to further strengthen our alliance. The second item that I feel is very important is the securing strategic sectors and critical infrastructure, and especially as we have all begun to recognize the importance of activities in cyberspace. At the same time, ladies and gentlemen, we also need to address broader notions of security, and that now will include economic security. We welcome public-private partnerships, particularly engagements between and outside our military and defense establishments. For example, the Aguila Subic Shipyard project supports Philippine efforts to position Subic Bay as a logistics hub and complements Haider readiness and initiatives. USAID development projects can also be harnessed to help boost our economic resilience. We hope to expand these partnerships in critical and strategic sectors and infrastructure. Just the other day, I witnessed on the sidelines of the APEC summit in San Francisco the signing of the Philippines-United States Agreement for Cooperation Concerning Peaceful Uses of Nuclear Energy, or what is more commonly known as the 1-2-3 Agreement. This opens the doors for U.S. companies to invest and to participate in nuclear power projects in the Philippines. This is expected to boost national efforts towards securing an affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy supply. Our cooperation on cyber security is also a priority, as it impacts both national and economic security. Critical infrastructure, whether with respect to ports, to energy, telecommunications, they will require cybersecurity measures to be in place for the country to be resilient. These systems form the backbone of our military infrastructure, our hospital systems, our agriculture, manufacturing, services sectors. In September, we launched the 2023 to 2032 National Innovation Agenda and Strategy document. This is the Philippine government's 10-year innovation plan, establishing the country's goals and strategies to improve innovation, governance, and establish a dynamic innovation ecosystem in critical areas. Learning and education, for example, health, food, agribusiness, finance, manufacturing and trade, transportation and logistics, public administration, security and defense, energy, blue economy, and water supply. We anticipate many areas where the U.S. as a leader in innovation and emerging technology can also be our major partner. Our teams are looking to convene the inaugural interagency PHUS Cyber Dialogue sometime early next year to follow through on our commitment to enhance cooperation in the face of new and emerging threats, including completing a full assessment of the cyber threat landscape and the establishment of next steps to counter cyber threats. So friends, ladies and gentlemen, these challenges will continue to evolve, but I am confident that together we will be able to manage them. Our alliance is stronger than ever because it has been founded on our shared values, our mutual respect and trust of each other as equal sovereign partners, and the unbreakable bonds between our two peoples. Our recent engagements across branches and levels of government confirm that we are committed to this relationship for the long term. At the same time, our growing network of partners, including Australia, Japan, the Republic of Korea, the UK, European Union, will serve as force multipliers, which will help us bring our country closer to the vision of a peaceful, secure, and prosperous nation within a secure and prosperous region. So I hope to continue this dialogue with all of you as we make our way on this principled path that we have chosen. We today are defining the future for ourselves in our lifetime, but also for the generations to come. Thank you very much. Mahalo nui loa.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those incredible insights and perspectives and your vision for the future and how we can collaborate to make it a more secure and stable and prosperous region. Before I start with some questions, and I'll tell you how the questions got synthesized, but I couldn't help yesterday, your team came in here and started to put all these little artifacts. I know some of the folks in the back can't see it, but Your Excellency, could you explain any of these artifacts that are up here?
These are jeepneys.
We know about jeepneys.
If you don't know what a jeepney is, these are the jeeps that were left behind by the Americans after the war, which were converted into transport systems. And they comprise a very large percentage of our transportation system. And the reason that we are highlighting them is because we are in the midst of an effort to go fully electric when it comes to public transport. This is our continuing effort as a response, of course, to climate change, to improve the mix of energy consumption and supply from the traditional fossil fuels to more renewables. We have been reasonably successful. We are presently approaching 30% in terms of the energy mix, 30% renewable in terms of the energy mix of the country's energy supply. And that is why we put them out here to remind all that despite their very traditional look, they are being heavily modernized.
Yes, sir. And I just came from the Philippines, and I have to tell you this. Yeah, these are definitely still there. And people are using it. So, well, thank you for that, really. And for the audience, what we have done for purposes of time is we have many folks that we've invited to present us with a question, and our team synthesized it. And just with the constraint of the time that we have, I understand it, sir. I'll try to ask as much as I can before we have to terminate.
I shall try to be brief.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Your Excellency, your comment about the critical challenges that we face out there was pretty vivid in terms of what we all face. Yeah. But you also talked about opportunities and how you seek to resolve disagreements through peaceful means. So I was wondering if you can elaborate on this relationship. I understand you met with the Admiral Aquilino and his team today and during your time here. Perhaps share with the audience some of those initiatives that you're looking at with the United States regarding promoting better cooperation and collaboration in the future.
Well, the basic idea, of course, of all of this is that the United States is our, I would say, our oldest and most traditional partner. That has been in various forms ongoing for over 100 years. And I think it serves us well to remember that the United States is the Philippines' only treaty partner. And that is why that with the increasing the heightening tension in the West Philippine Sea, as we have named it, because it is generally known as the South China Sea, the increasing tensions in the South China Sea require that we partner with our allies and our friends around the world, so as to be able to come to some kind of resolution and to maintain the peace. And as I mentioned in my remarks, really what the foreign policy of the Philippines is really rather simple. And it really comes down to two things. Number one, peace, and number two, the national interest. And in that sense, we no longer subscribe to the old thinking, wherein it is a bipolar world, and each of the countries will choose whether to be with the Soviet Union or to be with the United States. I do not think it is not, in my view, this is no longer applicable, no longer relevant to the way the state of affairs as they have evolved geopolitically. So it is important that we continue to strengthen that partnership. And the main partner of the Philippines is, of course, the United States. But starting with that, we also feel that it is the way forward is to strengthen our partnerships in all, with all our neighbors and with all friendly nations who share our ideals, who share our aspirations, who share our values, and the respect for the international rule of law. And this has been something that we have tried to develop, and we have, I believe, have had some measure of success, and we will continue to do this. But again, the bedrock of any of these partnerships is the partnership and the treaty arrangement that we have, the mutual defense treaty that we have with the United States. And in that regard, we are continuing to increase our capabilities so as to be able to answer the challenges that we are facing now it's becoming more and more often. Every so often, whenever there is a confrontation between outside forces and Philippine forces. This is, unfortunately, as I have said to some of our partners, unfortunately, I cannot report that the situation is improving. The situation has become more dire than it was before. The nearest reefs that the PLA have started to show interest in terms of slowly using these atolls, these shoals, as a basis for building. Basis really is what they are approaching, have come closer and closer to the Philippine coastline. And the nearest one is now around 60 nautical miles from the nearest Philippine coast. And this is an evolving situation. If you will remember, the Spratly Islands was used by the U.S. Navy as a bombing range for a very long time, and so there was no question that this was part of the Philippines. Now they have fallen into the hands of a foreign power, and many of these features that are in the West Philippine Sea are slowly being turned into bases. Really, Admiral Aquilino just showed me a relief sort of map, not map, but model of one of them. And it is remarkable how the extensive construction and the level of commitment that has been made to those military bases. And so it's not, it is something that in our view, of course, the United States, once again, is the bedrock, is the foundation for all that. But the more allies we find to speak up whenever such incursions occur, such incidents or events occur, then I think the stronger that voice will be. And so we have encouraged that to a great deal. The United States, of course, has been there. And in every instance where we have had trouble, the U.S. has always been behind us in terms of support, not only in terms of rhetoric, but also in terms of concrete support. But that also applies now to Australia, to South Korea, to Japan. We are now in the midst of negotiating our own code of conduct, for example, with Vietnam, because we are still waiting for the code of conduct between China and ASEAN. And the progress has been rather slow, unfortunately. And so we've taken the initiative to approach those other countries around ASEAN with whom we have existing territorial conflicts, Vietnam being one of them, Malaysia being another, and to make our own code of conduct, and hopefully this will grow further and extend into the other ASEAN countries. And at the very least, we have that basis between not only in the multilateral sphere, as in ASEAN, APEC, all of these other organizations, but also bilaterally with the different countries that around ASEAN who we have conflicts with, but whom I think we can find a way to maintain the status quo, and certainly the most primordial concern is to maintain the peace.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I listened to you and how you repeated actually some of the key tenets of what you were saying in your speech, I remember just a recent visit I had in Manila and speaking to not just General Browner, but your Secretary of Defense, Teodoro, and others. That is a consistent message of your firm resolve to work things peacefully, but to work with the United States and other like-minded partners around the region, particularly in Southeast Asia. I would also offer you, when you talked about the rules-based order, international order, and how you've got the favorable findings from the Tribunal Court of Arbitration in 2016, that all underscores what we are all trying to do, which is to maintain that peace and prosperity, but following the rules-based international order. Now, you mentioned something in your speech, and you covered it quickly, but I think every country is wrestling with it in terms of technology, emerging technology. How do you view that strategically? How can you leverage technology in terms of building and enhancing relationship and cooperation with other countries?
Well, I think it applies to essentially every sector. One of the great events in the recent past has been COVID. And COVID showed us a new way of doing everything. It showed us a new way of living, a new way of working, a new way of interacting with one another, a new way of living. And that has been brought about, those solutions have been brought about by technology. So if we go to another sector, which applies to every other single sector that we ever discuss in government, and that's climate change. climate change was brought about by burgeoning technologies, which we did not realize were going to poison the planet to this extent over 200 years or so. But then we also look to technology to bring us the solutions for this existential challenge that we are all facing. So let's bring it back now to the question of security. Again, technology, I think, will provide many of the solutions. But of course, at the very beginning of all that is the resolve of each country in partnership with other countries to continue to maintain the rule of law and to do that in the interest of peace. And that is what we have been trying to promote. And I do believe, I am very encouraged by the discussions that we have had, not only with the U.S., but with other countries, that this, it is well understood that this is in fact the way forward, that we must collaborate to bring those technologies to the fore so that our people can reap the advantages of that. Now, the latest technology that everyone, of course, is looking to, as it is exceedingly powerful, is AI. And we have just received the news that there has been within the AI community this conflict as to whether or how far to push it without regulation. I know President Biden has just signed a document that says that this must be regulated, monitored, and regulated properly. Because we have seen the rather more sinister uses of artificial technology. On the other hand, we must always remember it is a double-edged sword, and it can swing in a way that will help us. And I think if we are trying to transform our economy in the Philippines, as we all are, as a matter of fact, after COVID, in the face of Ukraine, and now in the Middle East, we have tried to bring these new technologies into the fore. But once again, we have to be more cognizant of what are the risks involved. And the reason that it is so difficult is because these things never existed before in human history. And we are making this up as we go along, as it were. And there are very many unintended consequences to something quite so powerful. Once again, just look at the Industrial Revolution. There was no way that when the Victorians started the Industrial Revolution, that they would say 200 years down the road, we are going to have to think about global warming. We're going to have to think about melting the ice in the poles. So we have to be extremely careful. And also because technology has evolved so rapidly. And that is another reason that we have to pay a good deal of attention to it. Because we will easily be left behind. If we rest on our laurels and say we've got this figured out, that is the moment that we get into trouble. And so we continue to look to the United States and to technology leaders like the United States to provide the guidance and to the lessons, rather, that you have learned being at the forefront, and both the good lessons and the lessons that were not quite as successful. And hopefully apply that in the Philippines. And again, with the discussions that we have had with the U.S. and with other countries as well, I feel confident that so long as we are aware that there is a possible danger and we think things through properly, then we will be able to take full advantage of AI and of other new technologies. On the other hand, if we sit back and just let it take over our lives, that is exactly what it will do. It will take over our lives.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm pressed for time, but I need to ask this because I heard you say ASEAN. I know the Philippines is a founding member of ASEAN, and I think in 2026 you will assume the position of chair.
That's right. Yes.
We all know in the audience regarding what happened in Myanmar and how the juntas had really, their actions in Myanmar really undermined the centrality and just the basic understanding between the ASEAN countries. It may be too far ahead to ask in terms of in your role as the ASEAN chair, but what were you thinking as the leader of the Philippines to be looking to help ASEAN grow into an adaptive role, particularly in terms of what has happened in the region that kind of destabilized it?
Well, in terms of Myanmar, it has really been a difficult problem for the whole of ASEAN. For one thing, there are different conditions. For example, Myanmar, when there's fighting in Myanmar, the refugees cross over the 2,000-mile border that Thailand has with Myanmar, and they have that particular problem. Then there are Islamic countries in ASEAN who also have an interest because of the persecution that is being seen on the Muslim communities in Myanmar. The general approach until quite recently has been to write down the 5 points of consensus as we have for ASEAN. Everyone has signed off on it. In fact, even Myanmar has signed off on it. And continue to work with the leadership and also the opposition to that leadership, so as to have some kind of a balanced discussion. Unfortunately, we really have to admit that we have not made very much progress, even since the writing of the 5 points of consensus that ASEAN has agreed upon. So there has been a significant shift that really occurred in the last ASEAN under the chairmanship of Indonesia, where it became very clear, and upon the urging actually of Han Seng of Cambodia, and his argument went like this, and I said, and he says that when I became leader, nobody wanted to talk to me because I was not regarded or recognized as the leader, and he says, but who else will they talk to? And so now they spoke to me, and we have found a way to work. The different countries around have found a way to work. And this is the same situation as in Myanmar. If you insist on only handling these issues at a very high level, which is what the principle was in the beginning, that we only talk government to government, ASEAN to government. And unless there's progress made on that front, then there is no progress made. So the shift has come. And we now, under the informal auspices of ASEAN, each country is allowed to make approaches to the Myanmar leadership and the opposition, all the stakeholders in Myanmar, to try and find a solution to the problems that are being faced. And as in any conflict, the humanitarian side of it, the humanitarian cost has grown exponentially over the past 2-3 years, and so that just makes the situation even more urgent than it was before. So we have encouraged a slightly different approach. The Philippines is playing its part, and we have an interest in the Myanmar conflict for the simple reason that it affects the Philippines as well. And not in terms of actual fighting or refugees, but in terms of things like human trafficking. We have had to rescue many of our nationals from Myanmar and bring them back to the Philippines as they were human trafficked. They had been trafficked to work in usually illegal activities. So there is a great deal of impetus for ASEAN to solve this problem. But it is a very, very difficult problem, as it has involved other players, and it's not just the leadership in Myanmar. One of the most disturbing analyses that we have seen is that actually the military junta has lost support from its own military. And it only carries on with their militaristic, really terroristic activities by air power. And that air power has been provided not by Myanmar itself, but from foreign countries. And that is why I proposed, I said, maybe it's time to talk to those who are supplying the arms, or those who are supplying the airplanes and the bombs, and to say that we have to find a way to bring a hiatus, at least a hiatus to this, to try and do something about the humanitarian problem. And then perhaps that will be a first step. And once we are discussing that, and once we are more active and allowed to operate more within the country, and to have more contact and more communication, perhaps that will lead to something else. And so that presently is the state of affairs when for ASEAN when it comes to Myanmar. When the chair comes to the Philippines, when the ASEAN chair comes to the Philippines, this is still what we intend to promote within our neighboring countries, and to find a way. I always quote. I'm a great believer that you should try everything everywhere all the time, simply because you cannot predict by any stretch of the imagination where it will succeed. And my best example is always, who would have thought that diplomatic relations between the US and China would come about because of table tennis? But it did. And so let's try everything. Let's talk to our friends, perhaps our adversaries, but try everything. And that is what we will try to promote. We are perfectly aware of the history of such negotiations. And for example, the peace treaty that was in fact signed in Oslo, that was unofficial between in the Middle East. And again, the China-US. And there are many examples of this. And that's why when the chair comes to the Philippines, we will once again remind our partners and say that we should not be too picky about how we get in touch or how we communicate with the military leadership in Myanmar, on how we negotiate and how we discuss with the other stakeholders. Because it's not just the political opposition. Unfortunately, both sides in this conflict, both the military junta and the opposition, the political opposition, have taken on a very, very hard line. And they will not speak to one another. And perhaps that's the role that ASEAN can play, is to come in between the two parts and hopefully bring them together, if not totally, but at least in certain ways. And start the process. There is no process as yet. Start the process, and hopefully it will bring a more equitable and peaceful situation in Myanmar, to the benefit of all of us in ASEAN and all of Asia, for that matter.
Well, Your Excellency, your insights, I must say, is very refreshing and encourages all of us to work harder to collaborate to this vision that you've laid out. And I truly think we must try everything. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me give a round of applause, Mr. President. And sir, before we conclude the speaker series, I understand you have a special presentation to the state of Hawaii.
Yes.
And if I can ask Lieutenant Governor Sylvia Luke to come up, as well as Congressman Case, Congresswoman Takuda, Senator Aquino, and Senator De La Cruz. Please come up and join.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The 8 August 2023 wildfires affected various areas in Maui, particularly the historic town of Lahaina. In a spirit of unity and compassion, President Marcos instructed relevant agencies to collaborate with the state of Hawaii to assist grieving families and help affected communities rebuild. With this humble donation, the Philippines stands in solidarity with the state of Hawaii and continues to pray and hope for the full recovery of Maui as it embarks on rebuilding the island.
Madam Governor, thank you. It's just a simple donation to help all our friends. And we have already made efforts to provide support to our Philippine nationals in Maui. But again, in solidarity with the state of Hawaii, we thought we would. Thank you. Yes. Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Please be seated.
Please be seated.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's DKI Speaker Series. Sir, a sincere salamat po to you for your exceptional remarks. You've provided us much to think about today, and we're so grateful for your leadership. And we look forward, DKI APCSS, to come back out to the Philippines and join and work together with Indo-PACOM and the team of our folks in the United States to promote a more peaceful and prosperous region. For everyone that's here, especially those that are out in Hawaii, that normally don't talk about defense in the way we do at APCSS, you heard today from Your Excellency just how complex and the world is and so dynamic the changes are. You also heard that the United States remains steadfast in working with strong allies like the Philippines and other like-minded countries. Many consul generals represent those countries here today to ensure stability, security, and prosperity throughout the region, and I might say around the world. So as we conclude, as they say in the islands, malama pono, malama kekahi ike kahi, which is take care of yourself and take care of each other. And aloha. Aloha. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Nagbabalik ang PTV Balita ngayon. Nasabat ng Bureau of Customs sa Ninoy Aquino International Airport ang nasa 50 smuggled na exotic na insekto mula sa Thailand. Ayon sa GOCC, dineklara bilang candy ang naturang kargamento. Nang isagawa ang physical examination, dito nadiskubre ang 50 piraso ng isopods, isang invertebrate na mula sa grupo ng crustaceans. Agad na kumpiska ang kargamento dahil sa kawalan ng import permit mula sa Bureau of Plant Industry. Nagpaabot ng pakikiramay at tulong pinansyal si Vice President Sara Duterte sa pamilya ng mga nasawi sa magnitude 6.8 na lindol na tumama sa Davao Occidental nitong Biyernes. Personal na nagtungo ang Vice Presidente sa bayan ng Gilan, kung saan nakaburol ang mag-ina na namatay sa pagguho ng lupa sa Barangay Mudan. Dinalaw din ni Duterte ang labi ng isa pang biktima sa Gilan na nasawi matapos tamaan ng poste at 3 pang biktima sa General Santos City. Kinamusta niya rin ang ilang sugatan sa Sarangani Provincial Hospital. Samantala, alamin natin ang ibang balita mula kay Julius Pacot ng PTV Davao.
Mayong adlaw, wala kapugong ang kamatayon sa duha ka mga naghigugmaay diha sa Kapalong Davao del Norte sanglit bisan pa man namatay ang sa kanila napadayon gihapon ang ilang ginahandom nga kasal. Sa social media page ni Kapalong Mayor Tess Timbol niadtong milabay nga semana dihang gipangunahan niini ang kasal nila ay sa Jane Ayala, 28 anyos ug namatay niini nga partner nga si Marde Perdes, 33 anyos. Ang maong seremonya gihimo sa sitio Sagana, Barangay Sampao. Nasayran nga namatay si Mardi netong November 1, 2023 tungod sa sakit sa baga. Busa aron madayon ang ilang dugay na nilang plano silang 8 ka bulan nga relasyon nga kasal diin gitambungan kini silang kabanay nga nahimong saksi silang panaghigugmaay. Hinuon ang nahitabong kasal dili mamahimong legal.
Masay kamay sa ko, kay kamay sa ko alam. Di man tamang kagbayo. Tuwing man sila nga patay na dyan, pero di naman yun na. Tao, if ever man galing, inaakadiri amang imahinasyon na lang siguro na akadiri. Kabalo ka lang kung sa takamahal.
Samtang giabisuhan sa Civil Service Commission kon CSC Region 11 ang mga individual nga adunay planong mag-take sa Career Service kon CS exam sa March 3, 2024 nga magpa-appointment online aron makakuha og slot sa filing of application. Mamahimo kining maproseso pinagi sa online link nga makita sa screens nga pwede usab ma-access pinagi sa Civil Service Commission Davao Region official Facebook page. Sumala pa sa Supervising Human Resource Specialist sa CSC 11 nga si Jeline Ladera. Importante ang online booking of slots sanglit hugtanon nilang ginabawal ang walk-in atol sa pagdawat og aplikasyon nga sugdan karong Nobyembre 20 ning tuiga. Gipasabot sa CSC 11 nga kinahanglan lang ipatuman ang online booking of slots sa application process. Salit dili sama sa milabay nga application period nga gipahigayon sa mall sa Lanang ug Ekulan. Sugod karong semana ipahigayon kani sa mismong regional office sa CSC 11 dinhi sa Ikulan, Davao City.
Please, no, venue dinhi sa Regional Office 11, gamay lang po, sir. And then, amo pong giawhag, napod na dito sa advisory sa to ang Facebook page na as much as possible, di sila magdala og companion, di sila magkaan o kanang vehicle kasi constraint ta and gamay lang ato ang parking area, good sir, and then ato ang space.
Ug mao kadto mga nag-unang mga balita gikan dinhi sa PTV Davao. Ako si Julius Pacot. Mayong adlaw.
Tagang salamat Julius Pacot. At yan ang mga balita sa oras na ito. Para sa iba pang update, i-follow at i-like kami sa aming Facebook at X sa PTV PH. Ako po si Naomi Tiburcio. Magandang hapon.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagseserbisyo. Kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In the Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 12 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV. Susunod sa On Assignment. Pasukin natin ang mundo ng alternative learning system para sa mga kababayan nating PDL o bilanggo.
Marami po ako natutunan dahil sa pag-aaral ko po sa ALS.
Sa edukasyon, walang diskriminasyon. Ipagpatuloy lang nila yung kanilang naupisahan at sinasabi ko lagi sa kanila na magpursige sa kanilang pangarap.
At kamustahin natin ang kalagayan ng ating mga senior citizen at ang mga programang nakalaan para sa kanila.
Yan, pinupugyan ko rin sa yung pera. Araw-araw ginagastos namin. Hindi mo pwede mag-anak ko sa mga anak ko dahil pamilya rin sila.
Sa gobyerno natin, maraming salamat. At least sabi nga, nandiyan yung programa. Nandiyan yung mga programa. Hari nawa sana kung ano yung mga programa tatanggap namin. Sana ingatan natin, pangalaga natin, palaguin natin.
On assignment, ngayong Lunes, alas 8 ng gabi, dito sa inyong People's Television. Sa mabilis na takbo ng panahon, mahalaga sa amin ang maihatid sa inyo ang pinakabago at makabuluhang impormasyon.
Sa ngayon ay pinag-iingat na ng lokal na pamahalaan.
At yan muna ang mga huling kaganapan mula dito sa
Paalala ng mga eksperto sa Glory Balegan para ikipagigyan.
Kasama ang mga tapat nating tagapaghatid balita. Kahit saan, kahit kailan, kasama nyo ang PTV para sa bayan.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Throughout church history, in every generation, there have been revivals. The powerful outpouring of the Holy Spirit. In every revival, there are Christians who decided to answer God's call and become part in their generation. Discover your call now to be one of this end-time praying like Jesus generation in this last greatest apostolic revival of the church.
And my spirit is crying out, apostolic revival.
Wherever we may be in the four corners of the world, God is calling us to be in one accord for the fulfillment of His perfect will. Experience this supernatural, powerful, apostolic, prophetic, living like Jesus prayer and intercession that fuels the fire of the apostolic revival. Join the Living Like Jesus Worldwide Prayer.
Oras na para marinig ulit ng buong mundo ang iyak ng Living Like Jesus.
Maging kawangis katulad tayo ng Panginoon Jesucristo yung araw at oras na yan, ibubuhos siya ang kanyang mahimalang kapangyarihan.
Itong panalangin itong magbabago ng takbo ng bansang ito at buong mundo. We will storm the gate of hell. We will blast hell. We will bring billions of souls to heaven.
On November 23 and 24, 2023, Thursday and Friday at Inaris Center, El Somolong Memorial Circle, P. Olivares Street, Barangay San Roque, Antipolo City. For registration and for more information, kindly contact our Living Like Jesus hotline or send message to our official Facebook page.
On that day, the fire of apostolic revival will invade the Philippine Islands and the nations of the world.
The destiny of This nation and the world is in our hands. So be a part of this greatest move of God. This is an event not to be missed.
Don't ever forget, prayers feel the practice.
Ang programang ito ay nagpapatuloy dahil sa inyong walang tigil na pagtangkilik, pananalangin at higit sa lahat, katapatan sa pagkakaloob. Maraming salamat po. Pagpalain kayo ng Diyos, ang ating Panginoong Hesukristo.
Na ang problema ng mundo ay hindi pwedeng solusyonan ng taga-mundo. Ang problema ng mundo ay pwede lang solusyonan ng taga-langit. At yun po ang Diyos. Wala pong iba. At ito'y gagawin niya sa pamamagitan ng kanyang mga anak. Wala pong iba. Huwag natin kakalimutan yan. Ang Diyos lamang ang tanging may kakayang solusyonan ng problema ng buong mundo. Go into all the world and preach the gospel to all creation. And those who believe will be baptized. And this sign, the work of God, the wonders of God, the power of God will accompany those who believe.
Are you ready to receive your miracles and blessings? Experience God's glory and learn His powerful word through our host, Apostle Renato D. Carul.
Join me please in the book of Ezekiel chapter 22 verse 30. And let us receive the revelation na meron pong title, We Are Called to Stand Between the Gap. So I sought for a man among them who would make a wall and stand in the gap before me on behalf of the land, that I should not destroy it. But I found no one. So dito po makikita natin ang puso po ng Diyos. Sa gitna po ng kasalanan po ng isang bansa, kagaya po ng Israel, nung panahon po ni Prophet Ezekiel, ay na doon po ang kanyang malaking desire na ito po'y iligtas. Pero siya po'y nalungkot sapagkat wala po siyang nakitang tao na mamamagitan, mananalangin. Pero kung siya po'y nakakita lamang ng mananalangin, ang bansa pong ito ay hindi po dadating sa pagkawasak, sa pagkatalo, sa pagkasira. At ala po siyang pinagkaiba sa nakikita natin ngayon sa buong mundo. Hindi lamang po sa bansang Israel, between Israel, Hamas, and Hezbollah, na ang pinaka-leader po ng lahat ng ito. Ang head po ng stake ay walang iba kundi ang Iran. At ito pong usapin pong ito ay hindi lamang para sa Middle East. Siya po ay tumutuloy sa maraming bansa. At ang prinsipal upang ang Diyos po ay makagalaw, siya po ay makakilos at maipagtanggol niya po ang mga bansa, lalo na po ang Pilipinas, ay kinakailangan meron pong nakatayo, meron pong nananalangin, meron pong namamagitan. Dahil ito pong ancient demons na ito, na sinasabi po ng Bible in the Old Testament, na matagal na po nag-i-exist, ay siya pa rin pong mga demonyo ngayon. Yung Persia po noon, nakaaway po ng Israel for many, many years, na ngayon po ay tinatawag na Republic of Iran, ay isa. Pati po yung ancient demon na nasa likod po nila, ay siya rin pong mga demon na nasa likod po nila ngayon. It's almost the same. Ang pagkakaiba lamang po ay yung panahong ating kinalalagyan, but the enemy is the same. At hindi po ito nakukuha po ng usapan sa United Nations upang ito po ay tumigil, ma-resolve po ang conflict. Hindi po ito nasusolusyonan sa pamamagitan po ng paulit-ulit na United Nations General Assembly, magkasundo sila o may bito. Hindi po ito nasusolusyonan sa pamamagitan po ng opinion na maraming reporter, na marami pong kritik at mga sympathizer ng bawat bansa. Ito po ay nasusolusyonan lamang pag meron pong namamagitan para manalangin. Yung tumatayo sa gitna po ng gap. Now, ano pong ibig sabihin ng salitang gap? What is the meaning of the word gap? Gap is a space that separates and breaks the protection of another. Gap is a space that makes something incomplete, imperfect, in danger. Gap is a difference that creates a problem. Kagaya po ng bansang Israel at ng Diyos, sa panahon po ni Prophet Ezekiel, ay meron pong gap. Ano po yun? Yun po yung sin. Siya po yung nagkaroon po ng gap. Siya po yung nag-break ng relationship. Siya po yung nag-separate sa dalawa. Kung paano ng time po ni Adam at ni Eve, ay nagkaroon po ng separation ng Diyos at sila, at naapektuhan po tayong lahat because of sin. Kaya ang sin po ang nagiging daan upang magkaroon ng gap or barrier or wall. At yun po ang dahilan kung bakit dumating ang Lord sa mundong ito na naging mediator. Kagaya ng sabi niya in John 14:6, I am the way, the truth, and the life. And no one will come to the Father without me. Binirich niya po, tinulay niya ang kanyang sarili upang tayong makasalanan ay makatawid sa pamamagitan niya patungo sa God the Father. Pero kung wala po siya, ay wala makakapunta sa God the Father. Meron pong gap, merong bridge, may separation. Tapos po yung dalawang kamay na nakakaintindi po noon. At ang Diyos po yung mahanap po ng mediator. Hindi para kunin po yung posisyon ng Panginoon, dahil siya lang po ang mediator, kundi para i-represent ang Panginoon, para tumayo sa gap na yan. At sino po yung hinahanap niya? Intercessor. Mananalangin. Either siya po'y bata, matanda, lalaki, babae, may asawa o wala, basta mananalangin. Natatayo, mamamagitan, upang ang relasyong nasira ay muling mabuo. At ang problemang nangyari na sinamantala ni Satan ay masolve. Kaya yung pong tumatayo between the gap ay mga problem solver. Yung tumatayo between the gap ay mga trouble shooter. Yung tumatayo between the gap ay mga taong nakakaintindi ng katotohanan ng pinapaabot ko na pinayagan ang Diyos po'y kumilos at gumalaw. Tingnan niyo po si tatay. Noon ko pa sinasabi, uulit-ulitin ko at dalangin ko, huwag niyo po itong makalimutan. Noon ko pa ito sinasabi, hindi ko po maalala ko ilang taon na ang dumaan, pero paulit-ulit na lang na ang problema ng mundo ay hindi pwedeng solusyonan ng taga-mundo. Ang problema ng mundo ay pwede lang solusyonan ng taga-langit. At yun po ang Diyos. Wala pong iba. At ito'y gagawin niya sa pamamagitan ng kanyang mga anak. Wala pong iba. Huwag natin kakalimutan yan. Ang Diyos lamang ang tanging may kakayang solusyonan ng problema ng buong mundo. Huwag po natin kakalimutan yan. Walang reliyon, movement, coalition, bilyonaryo, politiko, artista, reporter, media o ano pa pong network yung kanilang kinakaaniban. May impluensyang tao o ano pa pong samahan. Wala pong may kakayahan. United Nations ay walang kakayahan. European Union, Arab League, NATO, alliances ng Iran, Turkey, Russia, China. At dati pong member po ng Russian Federation o Soviet Union, nung panahon po nila na ngayon po ay tinatawag na Russian Federation. Nasasama sa Russia to invade Israel doon sa Ezekiel 38-39 war na mangyayari pag alis natin dito. Wala pong may kakayahan kahit isa. Only God. Huwag po natin kakalimutan yan. At yan ang reason kung bakit siya humahanap ng mananalangin. Inuulit ko po, yung mananalangin ay pwedeng bata, matanda, lalaki, babae. May asawa o wala, anuman ang kalagayan sa buhay, humahanap po siya ng mananalangin. Upang makagalaw po siya, makakilo siya. At kung wala po siyang makikita, kagaya po na nangyari sa Israel, ay mawawasak po ang isang bansa, ang maraming bansa, at maraming buhay ang mamamatay. That's po yung dalawang kamay na nakakaintindi nun. Kapag meron pong tumatayo sa gitna ng Diyos, ng sangkatauhan, upang ang problema ay matapos at ang Diyos ay dalin doon sa sitwasyon bilang solusyon sa problema. Ang redemption, ang deliverance, ang salvation ay mangyari at magaganap. Dahil sa pong reason niya kung bakit ang Panginoong Jesucristo, ang sabi ng Hebrew 5:7, buong buhay niya po ay inilagay niya sa pananalangin bilang intercessor. Kung bakit po siya nakapanalangin ng husto, na buong buhay niya inilagay niya sa pananalangin kasi ibinigay niya yung kanyang sarili, yung kanyang buhay sa pananalangin. Inalay niya yung kanyang sarili sa pananalangin. Ang ibig sabihin, yung kanya pong buhay ay pinasya niyang ilagay sa pananalangin. As po yung dalawang kamay ng kausap ko rito. Dahil alam ng Panginoon na malibang ang Diyos po ay makagalaw, si Satan po ay patuloy na manggugulo. Patuloy na magnanakaw, papatay, magwawasak ng buhay. At ang tanging way upang ang gawa ni Satan ay mawasak, ay makagalaw ang Diyos. Ang trabaho po ng prophet ay ito. Siya po'y humaharap sa tao. Kagaya nito ngayon, humaharap sa tao para sa Diyos. Ang trabaho ng prophet ay tumatayo sa harap ng tao, sinasabi, ito ang sabi ng Panginoon, thus saith the Lord your God. Nire-represent niya ang Diyos sa harap ng mga tao. Yun po ang trabaho ng propeta. Ang trabaho ng intercessor, na tinatawag nating peacemaker, problem solver, ay tumayo sa harap ng Diyos sa araw at gabi kagaya ng Panginoong Jesucristo in behalf of the people, para sa kanyang kaligtasan, kalusugan, kagalingan, kalayaan, kapayapaan, pagkabuo ng pamilya, pagkawasak ng lahat ng gawa ng Diablo, at pagiging sakdal niya, kagaya ng Panginoong Jesucristo. Taas po yung dalawang kamay ng mga kausap ko rito. At parehas po siyang ginawa ng Panginoon sa office po ito, ang Lord po ay parehas nag-function. Kaya ang tawag po natin sa kanya ay prophetic intercessor. Hindi po siya kagaya ng mga intercessor na nainawan po ng marami na yun lang. Umiiyak, pinapaabot yung problema. It's more than that. Siya po yung nagdidecree kagaya ng ginagawa ni Tatay. Tanyo yung term na ginagamit ko kanina iba, I'm using the term the Lord of Hosts. Kasi giyera to eh. Kaya kung ano po yung pangalan ng Panginoon na applicable sa nagaganap kayo, yun po yung ating ginagamit. Pag sinabi po natin, He is Jehovah Rapha, ang ibig sabihin, magpapagaling siya. Dahil sinasabi natin siya yung great physician. Pag sinabi natin Jehovah Jireh, siya po ay magpapala. Dahil ang ibig sabihin ng God will provide and always provide. So ang term na ginamit ko ay Lord of Hosts, dahil siya po ay nagpapaabot na ang Diyos ay siyang commander ng kalangitan at ng hukbo ng kalangitan, ng army ng kalangitan, at siya po'y nakikigera laban sa gawa ng Diablo. Sa Diablo mismo at mga demonyo sa impyerno para sirain yung kanilang mga gawa. Taas po yung dalawang kamay na nakakaintindi nun. Na maliwanag yan. Kapag tayo po'y nagpipray, dapat ito po ay prophetic. Pwede rin po kayo po'y nagpipray, understanding may luha, pero dapat yung decree mabigat. Hindi po yung na tayo po ay nananalangin na para tayo pong nagmamakaawa sa Diyos na hindi mo alam kung ano authority mo. Sa panahon po ng anumang giyera, hindi po nagtatagumpay yung pagmamakaawa. Kung gusto mo magapi ang iyong kaaway, kumprontahin mo, gamitin mo autoridad mo at power mo kung ano meron ka. Dahil yung po nagmamakaawa ay mga hostage, mga bihag. Last po yung dalawang kamay ng kausap ko rito. Hindi po tayo hostage, hindi tayo bihag. Si Satan ang binibihag natin. Kinukumpronta natin siya. Dahil meron tayong power at authority na wala siya at higit sa dala-dala niya. Do you understand that? So, ano po ang nangyayari ngayon? When we stand between the gap and the hedge. Number one, we give way for the Lord to intervene. We give way for the Lord to intervene. Say that, intervene. Ano po ibig sabihin po ng salitang intervene? God becomes actively involved in changing the situation. Binibigyan natin ng Diyos ng pagkakataong ma-involve. Actively. Sabihin, present po siya. Na siya po'y makilahok sa labanan, sa giyera, sa usapin. Na siya po'y nandoon. Binibigyan natin siya ng pagkakataong makilahok, makigera, actively, mag-participate siya nangyayari upang baguhin ang sitwasyon. Kasi kagaya nga lang sabi ko kanina, wala pong may kapangyari kakayang baguhin ang sitwasyon maliban sa Kanya lamang. Ano po yung sabihin ng salitang intervene? God comes in or between a situation to affect, modify, or prevent a result, action, and make a miraculous turn of events. Ulitin natin. Intervene. God comes in or between a situation. In or between a situation to affect. Yung po ang purpose ng pagdating niya. In or between a situation to affect, modify, or prevent a result, action, and make a miraculous turn of events. Binibigyan natin Diyos ng pagkakataon na dumating sa sitwasyon, makialam. At kung yung Diablo po yung hinaharap niya, guluhin yung Diablo. Makigulo sa Diablo, makidigma. Dahil wala naman pong kinakatakutan si Satan, kundi ang Diyos lang na nakatira sa atin. Huwag po natin kakalimutan yan, na ang isang bansa ay hindi po naliligtas kasi may umupo po na mananampalataya sa Kongreso o sa Senado o sa Departamento ng ahensya ng isang pamahalaan. Kagaya halimbawa sa Amerika o sa bansa natin, no. Ang Diyos lang po ang may kakayahan na ang isang bansa iligtas sa pamamagitan ng kanyang iglesia. Hindi ng isang tao, 2 o 3 na nasa Kongreso, nasa Senado, o may office po doon sa gobyerno, kundi ng mga anak niya, ang iglesia, ang ekaleo, ang blood-bought redeemed, ang body of Christ, ang living like Jesus Church. To stand between the gap and the hedge is to give way for the Lord to intervene. To put God actively in the situation so He can change it. Sabihin, kung siya po'y worse, gagawin niya pong better. Kung siya po'y bad, gagawin niyang good. Ang ibig sabihin, si Satan po imamasaker niya. Wawasakin niya po yung gawa ni Satan. Intervene. God comes in or between a situation to affect, modify, or prevent a result, action, and make a miraculous turn of events. Kagaya po na nangyari po nung panahon po ni Daniel. Alam niya naman po ang istorya. Sila po ay naging alipin po ng Babylon for 70 years sa reign ni King Nebuchadnezzar. Ako ngayon po yung magtatanong, kung nasaan po ang Babylon, siya po ay nasa northern Iraq ngayon. At yun din po yung Babylon na tinayo ni Nimrod mula po sa Genesis 10 na kung saan ay nagkaroon na po ng government. Ang problema nga lang po, yung government na ito ay evil sa pangunguna po ni Nimrod. Ay kung bakit ko po kayo binibigyan ng understanding sa isang simple at maiksing pagpapaabot para maunawaan nyo po ang history. Kasi wala pong nagaganap ngayon na aksidente. Kung ano po nangyari ng lumang panahon, ay nire-recycle lang ni Satan sa ating makabagong panahon. Intindihan niyo po yun. So meaning to say, we are battling, facing the same devil and the same demons. Ay kung nagkaroon po ng pagpapalit ng pangalan, kagaya nga po ng Persia noon, Republic of Iran ngayon, yun lang po ang pagbabago. Pero yung spirit, parehas lang. 70 taon po silang naging alipin po ng bansang Babylon sa reign ni King Nebuchadnezzar. So paano po sila na i-deliver ng Diyos? Sa pamamagitan po ni Daniel. Siya po'y tumayo between the gap. Siya po'y nanalangin, nag-ayuno for 21 days. Hindi siya tumigil. Hanggang ang Diyos po'y nakagalaw at ang prophecy na almost o seemingly delay ay nilagay ng Diyos sa kaganapan. So meaning to say, wala pong gyera na napapagtagumpayan ng isang bansa nang wala ang participation ng Diyos. At makakapag-participate lang ang Diyos kung yung mga anak niya sa bawat bansa ay meron pong pagkaunawa na turuan ng tama kagaya ng pinapaabot ko sa inyo at pinalaki sa buhay ng Panginoon para laging makidigma dahil laging nakahanda. Kasi yung kaaway po natin laging nakahanda. Ibindo tali po siya pero siya po'y laging nakahanda. Especially sa panahon natin ngayon na alam niya ng oras niya ay maiksi na dahil si Jesus po'y bababa na anumang araw at anumang oras. Kaya ang Diyos po'y nakakagalaw pag merong mga anak niya na nananalangin. Kaya kung babasahin niyo po ang Bible, inyo pong madidiscover from the Old and New Testament na ang prayers po ay walang time out. Wala